Chapter 45-95. Rumble. Hong. Long. 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 An earth-shattering roar sounded. In the distant void, two huge void cracks appeared. It was as if two terrifying curtains had pierced through the sky. Tight. Then, two figures rushed out from the two terrifying cracks. One was a space blood crocodile, and the other was a subblood white tiger. The former was as red as blood, while the latter had a tuft of black hair on its forehead. Other than that, its entire body was snow-white. These two ferocious beasts with extraordinary bloodlines were huge in size. They were more than 100 million miles long. Compared to the 60 million miles long violent ape under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the devil ape, these two ferocious beasts were several times bigger. Until, in terms of cultivation, both the space blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger had reached the 3rd level of the supreme primordial era. They were two supreme beings at the pinnacle of the initial stage of the supreme primordial era. They were only one step away from the middle stage of the supreme primordial era. Roar! Where are they? Why do I only see a cauldron? Where are the others? Didn't they say that there were 8 supreme primordial era beings and 4 supreme beings here? Why can't I see any of them? As soon as they arrived, the two supreme beings of the primordial era immediately extended their spirit consciousness to cover the vast void space 100 billion miles away. However, they couldn't find the 12 supreme beings who had sent them the message at all. Although there were still many weak space beasts hibernating on the star beasts, they were all hiding in their nests, trembling and not daring to show themselves. However, the powerful spirit consciousness of the supreme being of the primordial era was able to detect everything, regardless of whether it was 100 billion miles away or in a vast void space. If the 12 supreme beings are indeed here, there's no reason they can't find them. There's a faint smell of blood in the void space, and it's not just one place but many. It seems that there was a bloody battle here. Those 12 guys couldn't have all fallen, right? Indeed, as expected of the supreme being of the primordial era, Yi Xian would absorb all the blood mist in the void space into his body after every battle. However, the two supreme beings could still see through the clues and roughly deduce the result. What a bunch of trash! To think that there were 4 mighty figures from the primordial era among them. They were all wiped out in less than 2 days. The battle should have just ended not long ago, and that space-raging ape didn't have time to escape. Maybe it was seriously injured and didn't know we were here. Now he's hibernating in the farmer god cauldron. He should be healing. That's right. Although this violent ape is a monster, and not only does it possess the Shinnong treasured cauldron, it also refined the Shinnong exotic flame in the cauldron to the level of a 9-colored flame. However, its cultivation is still weak after all. It's already not easy for it to use tricks to kill these 12 powerful existences one after another. That's good as well. You and I will benefit from it. All the gains will be divided equally between us. There's no need to leave any leftovers for those guys. There's no need to say any more. Let's capture this violent ape first. I'm afraid he doesn't know that a great disaster is about to befall him. It only takes 3 days. Let's do it. Roar. Roar. Rumble. After roaring and roaring, the space blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger attacked at the same time. They each opened their mouths and spat out a ball of energy light, shooting toward the mouth of the farmer god cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. An earth-shaking roar sounded in an instant, and the Shinnong cauldron, which was like a giant star, shook violently twice. As soon as it stopped, the space blood crocodile and subblood white tiger in the distance spat out 2 more energy light balls. Even the farmer god's cauldron field could only last 3 days against a full-powered attack from a supreme of the ancients and 2 supreme of the ancients. Xian had already returned to his original height. At this moment, he was standing above the volcano in the central region. He looked up at the sky in the cauldron with a gloomy face. Rumble. Under his feet, the vast land in the cauldron was shaking violently. This had never happened before. We are in trouble this time. Under the joint attack of the 2 supreme beings, the cauldron's field can only last for 3 days. Yi Xian muttered softly. In this kind of situation, hiding in the cauldron is no longer the best choice. The only way is to charge out, place the cauldron above my head to protect my body, and then try my best to see if I can escape. Even if it is impossible, at least we can force the headless baby to attack. However, we can't completely rely on that guy. We have to make some preparations. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he instantly made a decision. Now, under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, including the 60 million kilometer enormous body, the boundless vital energy and blood within the 1st level of cultivation. My peak strength is already at the 3rd level of the primordial era. I am only 1 level away from the 4th level. The 3rd level is only the peak of the initial stage, but the 4th level is the middle stage. The difference between the initial stage and the middle stage is still very big. Therefore, I should make use of these 3 days to break through 1 more level. This way, if the headless baby is unreliable, I will have a better chance. Anyway, this battle is very intense. Even if I break through, it will take at most 2 days. It won't take more than 3 days. After making up his mind, Yi Xian's eyes glinted coldly as he sat down cross-legged on one side of the volcano. Shoo. With a wave of his hand, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. In an instant, rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. These were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xian immediately activated the field of the Shenong cauldron. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a baby's fist, he swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Walala. The nascent fist ball formed from cultivation resources melted as soon as it entered his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a large river of boundless energy. As for Yi Xian's body, the sound of chains clanging could be heard from everywhere. Just like before, this time, there was only one shackle in Yi Xian's body. This was something that was within his expectations. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to it at all. He immediately focused on activating the large river of energy that had just formed in his body with all his might, circulating it through the 100 meridians in his body time and time again. The battle this time was extremely intense, even surpassing the previous few battles combined. After all, this time he was fighting against all the primordial era experts. Chapter 4596. As the great river of energy within his body completely disappeared after each cycle, fusing into Yi Xian's body and divine soul. Following that, with just a single attack, the incomparably thick shackles broke. When the shackles were completely broken, the system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm. Level 2 Universe Supreme. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm. Level 2 Universe Supreme. Level 2 Universe Supreme. During the previous breakthrough, Yi Xian's original body was at Level 1 Universe Supreme. If he activated the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he would be able to reach Level 2 Universe Supreme. If he activated the 9 changes of the ancient demon ape and reached the 9th transformation, his combat power would immediately rise to Level 2 Universe Supreme. If he added the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline into his body, his combat power would be comparable to a Level 3 Universe Supreme. This time, after another successful breakthrough, Yi Xian would have the strength of a Level 3 Universe Supreme after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. If he activated the 9 changes of the ancient demon ape bloodline and entered the 9th transformation, his combat power would be comparable to a Level 3 Universe Supreme. Furthermore, if one were to include the 60 million kilometer wide body, the boundless power of blood and qi would add a level of enhancement to his true combat strength. In that case, the current Yi Xian's strongest battle prowess was already comparable to the desolate ancient supreme being at the 4th level. A Level 3 Universe Supreme was only at the peak of the initial stage, but a Level 4 Universe Supreme was already at the middle stage. For Yi Xian, his chances of escaping from the 2 primordial supremes guarding outside the cauldron increased by 20%, of course. Even with this 20% increase, his chances of escaping were still not high. This was because before this breakthrough, his chances of escaping were only about 20%. Taking into account the 20% increase in his chances of escaping from the 2 supreme masters of the ancients who were guarding outside the cauldron, He only had a little more than 40% chance of escaping from the two supreme masters of the ancients who were guarding the cauldron. Not even half. He could only say that he was taking a risk. After all, this was the only choice under such circumstances. Otherwise, the situation would be even worse if he continued to hide within the farmer god cauldron. Rumble! Rumble! The earth-shattering rumbles continued to resound, and the entire space within the cauldron shook even more violently than before. Even some of the spirit birds and spirit beasts that resided in the continuous mountain range were so frightened by this continuous rumbling that they all retreated into their respective nests. They trembled as if doomsday was coming, and they didn't dare to show their heads at all. Calculating the time, Yi Xian had only used 2 days to achieve this breakthrough. According to his previous estimation, there was still about a day before the Shinong Cauldron's domain would be broken. But this day was meaningless to Yi Xian. Since they were going to rush out anyway, it was better to do it sooner rather than later. The later it was, the closer it would be to the complete destruction of the cauldron's domain. The attention of the two primordial supremes who had been trapped outside the cauldron for the past 2 days would be diverted. Their attention would be even more concentrated. Right now, it just so happened that they were halfway through the bombardment, so their attention should be at its most lax. If Yi Xian were to suddenly charge out while they were unprepared, then the two primordial sovereigns might not be able to do it in the first place. He reacted. In this way, he would have an additional 10% chance of escaping. In this way, there was nearly a 50% chance. It was already 50%, and it was enough to take the risk. Success or failure depends on this move. After making up his mind, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he subconsciously clenched his fists. Next, he immediately issued an order to the devouring system in his body, fully activating the interstellar coordinate jump ability and adjusting the state to the point where it was on the verge of exploding. He did this to buy time, but in fact, Yi Xian wasn't very confident in this. The interstellar coordinate jump ability was indeed extraordinary, but there were two powerful primordial supremes guarding outside. Moreover, Yi Xian had used the identity of Violent Ape to hunt in the Supreme Forbidden Lands on the right bank of the Milky Way. He had encountered several dangers, but in the end, he had used the interstellar coordinate jump ability to instantly escape. All of this must have already spread. Even if the two powerful primordial supremes guarding outside didn't know how Yi Xian did it, they must be certain that he possessed a mysterious escape technique. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the other party not to have made any preparations for this. After all, they were primordial supremes. Even if they hadn't lived from the distant primordial era to the present world, the fact that they could cultivate to such a high level in the environment of the future was enough to prove the talent and methods of these two primordial supremes. Therefore, according to Yi Xian's speculation, the two primordial supremes guarding outside the Shinong Cauldron had most likely already set up a method to counter his interstellar coordinate jump ability in the void outside the cauldron. Or perhaps they had already prepared a method to counter this escape technique and so on. From this point of view, Yi Xian's current order to the devouring system in his body, allowing the system to fully activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability to the point where it was on the verge of exploding. He only had the thought of doing his best and leaving it to fate. Of course, in addition to this preparation, Yi Xian also transmitted a few divine senses to the corpse lantern tattoo on his left chest. Unfortunately, the headless infant corpse didn't wake up and didn't respond. This was also just a test. Right now, Yi Xian only hoped that if he was unable to use the interstellar coordinate jump ability, then if he were to encounter a true life and death crisis while he was forced to use the Great Void Escape, the headless infant corpse would be able to wake up in time and help him. If this hope failed, Yi Xian's only hope was to find an opportunity to escape the suppression of the two primordial supremes' ability to counter his escape technique after rushing out of the cauldron. In this way, he could smoothly activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the devouring system in his body. In this way, he could finally get rid of the two powerful primordial supremes. Huff! After checking all the preparations again and confirming that there were no problems, Yi Xian heaved a long sigh of relief. In the space inside the cauldron, he had already performed the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation demonic ape to the 9th state. However, his body still maintained a height of about 10 feet. Therefore, at this time, the cultivation aura emitted from his body was at the third level of the primordial supremes. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, the earth-shattering roar sounded again. This meant that the two primordial supremes guarding outside the cauldron had just spat out another energy light ball a moment ago. This was the best time. Whoosh! Chapter 45-97. In the void, the farmer god's treasure cauldron hovered in front of them like a giant star. But at this moment, it was shaking violently. This situation had been going on for more than 2 days. On the left and right sides of the cauldron, there were two figures floating in the void 500 million miles away. These two figures were more than 100 million miles in size, which was extremely terrifying. They were much bigger than the farmer god's treasure cauldron, and the aura emitted from their bodies was even more terrifying. Both of them had reached the third-order primordial venerable realm. In other words, they were at the peak of the early-stage venerable realm, only one step away from entering the mid-stage venerable realm. These two figures were the starry sky blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger that had trapped Yi Xian and the farmer god's treasure cauldron 2 days ago. As time passed, the farmer god's treasure cauldron shook more violently after 2 days of bombardment. During this period, the starry sky violent ape that they had never seen before did not show up. This made the starry sky blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger even more certain that it was severely injured and was in seclusion in the space inside the cauldron. As a result, they relaxed their vigilance in case the ape suddenly rushed out of the cauldron and took the opportunity to escape. After all, they had been bombarding the cauldron for 2 days. In another day, the farmer god's treasure cauldron would be broken. Even if it was just a short moment, it was enough for them to take action and drag the ape out of the space inside the cauldron. Yes, thinking of that scene, the starry sky blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger were overjoyed. They had never heard of this starry sky violent ape before. After all, it was already at the peak of the early stage of supreme desolation. It was basically dormant in its cave residence, preparing to break through to the middle stage of supreme desolation. Therefore, it was impossible for them to pay much attention to the outside world. However, after receiving the purple armored sky beetle's request for help, the starry sky blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger immediately investigated. Presently, their understanding of this ferocious ape could be said to be absolutely not inferior to any existence in the various forbidden grounds on the right bank of the Milky Way. This violent ape definitely had a huge secret on him. His cultivation had increased too quickly, and he even grasped some kind of incomparably mysterious escaping secret technique. These treasures were enough to tempt even the primordial supremes. Not to mention the farmer god's treasured cauldron floating in the void right in front of him. It could be said that as long as they were able to capture the violent starry sky ape this time around, their gains would be so great that even if they split it equally between the two of them, it would still definitely be considered as an overflowing bowl. All of this was obviously without the slightest suspense. In less than a day, Bao Yuan would be captured. Roar! Screech! Thinking of this, the starry sky blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger roared happily. Then they opened their mouths again and spat out a huge energy ball. Swish! Shio! Boom! Rumble! An incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. These two huge energy balls were extremely fast, faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the mouth of the farmer god's cauldron that was 500 million miles away. The moment the two energy balls exploded, the 9-colored fog at the mouth of the cauldron began to roll even more violently. Even the shaking of the entire cauldron became more and more shocking. In the void, a muffled sound of resonance could be heard because of this. The starry sky blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger had been watching this scene for 2 full days. They had long since gotten tired of it, but they still felt extremely happy. They felt that with this attack, they were one step closer to the time of the final harvest. Just at this moment, something strange happened. Swish! An incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. From the mouth of the farmer god's cauldron that was rolling violently in the 9-colored fog, a figure rushed out. It was Yi Xian in the form of a violent ape. Originally, his body was only about 3 meters tall, but the moment he rushed out of the cauldron, he expanded to a size of 60 million kilometers, and a gigantic starry sky violent ape appeared in the void of the universe, without the slightest hesitation. As soon as his body rushed out, the violent ape shot forward at an extremely fast speed. Swish! Almost at the same time, the farmer god's cauldron, under the command of Yi Xian, also shot out and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived above the violent ape's head and steadily floated there. Rumble! Rumble! An earth-shattering rumble resounded. From the mouth of the treasured cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored mist, a canopy of 9-colored unusual flames appeared. It was like a raging river had suddenly spilled out and instantly poured down. In the blink of an eye, the entire body of the violent ape was enveloped within. This was Yi Xian's defensive method. With his speed, he would definitely not be able to outrun the 2 primordial sovereigns who were at the peak of the early stage. If the other party were to get close to him, even though the violent ape's physique was strong, he would still be severely injured in an instant. But now, with the farmer god's cauldron's 9-colored sea of flames turning into a curtain that enveloped his entire body, the 2 powerful primordial sovereigns wouldn't dare to get too close and launch a close-range attack. Although they were primordial sovereigns, they still didn't dare to rashly touch the farmer god's 9-colored flames. Of course, even if they couldn't kill him at close range, they could still follow behind him. Just like the previous 2 days, they could spit out balls of energy and bombard Yi Xian. However, the farmer god's cauldron was still hovering above Yi Xian's head, and his domain had not been completely destroyed. Could still hold on for about a day. In other words, within a day, these 2 powerful primordial sovereigns would definitely not be able to hurt Yi Xian. Since they couldn't attack him at close range, the balls of energy that came from afar wouldn't be able to break through the power of the farmer god's domain. This was Yi Xian's chance. As long as he could find an opportunity to escape the suppression of the 2 primordial sovereigns' ability to restrain his escape technique, he would be able to smoothly activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body. He would finally be able to get rid of these 2 powerful primordial sovereigns. Although the chance was slim, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Yi Xian wouldn't give up. He would definitely fight for it with all his might. At this moment, as soon as he jumped out of the farmer god's cauldron, he immediately launched himself forward at full speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to 500 million miles away. The starry blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger were originally guarding the farmer god's cauldron on the left and right respectively. They were also 500 million miles away from the farmer god's cauldron. In other words, in the blink of an eye, the distance between the starry sky violent ape and the farmer god's cauldron had widened to 1 billion miles. 1 billion miles was nothing to the primordial sovereigns and primordial sovereigns. However, after all, Yi Xian was also running away at full speed, and the 2 primordial sovereigns had been attacking him with all their might for 2 days. Nearly half of the energy in their bodies had been consumed. Under such circumstances, the difference in speed between the 2 was still not small. Chapter 45-98. Boom! Hong, long, long. In the void, earth-shattering booms resounded unceasingly. The speed of the ape was too fast, comparable to a 4th-ranked Desolate-era expert. Today it was pushed to the limit. Above its head was the Shinnong treasured cauldron, which looked like a gigantic star. Its entire body was enveloped in a layer of Shinnong 9-colored flames, which burned fiercely. In this state, even the primordial chaos void couldn't withstand the extreme speed. Although it didn't shatter, an incomparably deep rumbling sound came from the void. In the blink of an eye, the rumbles were 500 million miles away from the star blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger. It all happened so fast that neither the star blood crocodile nor the subblood white tiger could react in time. The 2 heavens supremes of the ancients exclaimed in astonishment when they were around 120 million miles away from the Bao ape. Damn it! That Bao Yuan rushed out suddenly and rushed away with the farmer god cauldron. 3rd-level great being of the antiquity era? How can he be so powerful? Didn't they say that he was only a universe supreme? Damn it! He must have been making breakthroughs all the time. No wonder those 12 pieces of trash were killed one by one. What a bunch of idiots! We were fooled too. Bao Yuan wasn't hurt at all. He's already a 3rd-level great being of the antiquity era, and his real battle strength is comparable to a 4th-level great being of the middle stage. Judging from his actions after he rushed out of the cauldron, he must have been prepared. Now that he's surrounded by the nine-colored flame, I'm afraid we can't get close to kill him. It doesn't matter. One more day, the domain of the farmer god cauldron will be broken. At that time, we can kill him with an energy ball from a long distance away. Remember to leave a trace of your soul for soul searching. There's a shocking secret on this Bao Yuan. Don't waste it. Roar. Screech. As the divine sense sound came out one after another, the star-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger no longer hesitated. They each raised their heads and let out a shocking roar and a screech. Pang Da's terrifying body, which was 100 million miles long, instantly shot forward and left. One on the left and one on the right, they gave chase with all their might. Their speed was clearly much faster than the fleeing violent ape. After all, he was a powerful supreme of the Desolation era. Even if he had spent a lot of energy attacking for 2 days, he was still much stronger than the star-violent ape, whose strength was only comparable to a fourth-order Desolation era expert. Swish! Whoosh! The starry sky-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger didn't hesitate to open their mouths and spit out energy light balls with a diameter of more than 10 million miles. In the blink of an eye, they spat out energy balls with a diameter of more than 10 million miles. In the blink of an eye, it had already blasted forward. The violent ape had a terrifying 9-colored flame sea covering its body. They didn't dare to get close to attack it. The only way was to bombard them with energy balls from afar. However, at the same time, Bao Yuan had the farmer god's treasure cauldron floating above his head, which was pouring down the power of the domain to protect him. Therefore, they had to blast away the domain power of the farmer god's treasure cauldron as soon as possible in order to have a chance of injuring Bao Yuan in front of him. As the 2 huge energy light balls blasted toward him, Yi Xian was instantly alarmed. Almost subconsciously, his body suddenly leaped upward, and in an instant he was more than 20 million miles away. Swish! Swish! Boom! Rumble! The 2 energy balls were so fast that it could make people's hair stand on end. They almost brushed past the body of the violent ape, which was protected by the field of Shun Nong's cauldron. They dashed forward and blasted 2 ferocious beasts into ashes along the way. After successfully avoiding the energy bombardment, Yi Xian's spirit was greatly boosted, and his eyes were shining brightly. When he had just rushed out of the farmer god's treasure cauldron, he was only 50% confident that he could successfully escape from the 2 powerful supreme of the Desolation era with his own strength and means. But now, Yi Xian's confidence had skyrocketed. He was at least 70% confident, because he suddenly realized that there were some factors that he had overlooked before. He didn't take them into account at all. Now that he was surrounded by the 9-colored flame sea, the 2 supreme of the Desolation era chasing after him didn't dare to attack him at close range. They could only blast away the domain power of the farmer god's treasure cauldron so that they could use long-range attacks to hurt Yi Xian. And to blast away the domain power of the farmer god's treasure cauldron, even if they kept bombarding it, it would still take a day. But now, although Yi Xian couldn't guarantee that he could avoid the energy light balls that bombarded him from behind every time, he was confident that he could avoid 4 or 5 of them out of every 10 times. During the short period when he wasn't hit by the energy light balls, the domain power of the farmer god's treasure cauldron would recover a little. In this way, the 2 supreme of the Desolation era chasing after him wouldn't be able to blast away the domain power of the farmer god's treasure cauldron for a day. According to Yi Xian's calculation, this time should be about 5 days, which was several times longer. At the same time, because he had to chase after them while continuously spitting out huge balls of light that consumed a huge amount of energy, the 2 supreme ancients behind him could not recover their energy for the time being. Moreover, this kind of consumption situation was very exhausting. Moreover, the situation would become more and more serious. In the long run, their speed would only become slower and slower. Perhaps now in the chase between Yi Xian and them, the 2 supreme of the Desolation era had the advantage in terms of speed. The originally huge gap of 120 million miles between them was shrinking. But the speed of this shrinking would become slower and slower as the speed of the 2 supreme of the Desolation era decreased. At most, they would be equal in a day or so. In other words, after a day, the distance between them and the Bao Yuan would no longer be shortened. Then, in the next 4 days, because the speed of the two supreme of the Desolation era would become slower and slower, the Bao Yuan would gradually gain the advantage in this regard. In other words, the distance between the two sides would slowly increase again after a day. Although the speed of increase might be very fast, at least this was an extremely exciting sign. When Yi Xian rushed out of the farmer god's treasure cauldron, he had already tried. The void was shrouded by a mysterious force, and the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body couldn't be smoothly activated at all. This mysterious force obviously came from the two powerful supreme of the Desolation era, but in this state of extreme speed, they couldn't cover a vast area, at most 5 billion miles. As long as the distance between Yi Xian and the two sides was more than 5 billion miles, he could instantly use the interstellar coordinate jump ability to safely escape this great void chase. It was because of all this that Yi Xian was sure that his chances of escaping had skyrocketed from the previous 50% to 70%. Swish! Chapter 4599. A day passed in the blink of an eye with the farmer god's treasure cauldron suspended above its head. Its body was enveloped in a sea of 9-colored flames, and its entire body was protected by the power of the farmer god's treasure cauldron. It had been fleeing at full speed. Behind it, the two powerful primordial masters, whose bodies were more than 100 million miles long, did not stop for a moment. While chasing with all their strength, they continued to spit out energy balls from their mouths, bombarding the mouth of the farmer god's treasure cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog from a long distance away. After a whole day of fleeing in the void, the distance between the two primordial masters behind the violent ape had been greatly shortened. Now, it had been shortened from the initial 120 million miles to about 400 million miles. But it was very dangerous. Whoosh! Whoosh! As their figures flashed across the void, the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger opened their bloody mouths again, each spitting out an energy ball with a diameter of more than 10 million miles. Its speed was faster than their own speed, and in the blink of an eye, it had already bombarded the front. Boom! Rumble! The two energy balls were so fast that it made people's hair stand on end. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of the violent ape. This time, because the distance was shortened to about 4 trillion miles, the violent ape had no time to dodge. These two energy balls both bombarded the mouth of the farmer god's treasure cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. An earth-shaking roar sounded, and the giant cauldron suspended above the violent ape's head shook violently in an instant. The dense 9-colored fog at the mouth of the cauldron rolled violently, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. Roar! Screech! Whoosh whoosh! After hitting the target, the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, who were 400 million miles away, were greatly refreshed. After raising their heads and letting out a shocking roar and a violent roar, they did not hesitate at all. In an instant, they opened their mouths again and spat out 2 energy balls, blasting forward. For the whole day, they had been chasing the violent ape at full speed while doing the same action almost without stopping for a moment. The energy consumption in their bodies was too great. Even the supreme masters of the ancients could not bear it anymore. When the last 2 energy balls were spat out from the mouths of the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, their speed, which had already slowed down a little compared to a day. However, the decrease in speed was very small, to the point that it was practically undetectable. However, it was precisely this small decrease in speed that allowed them to instantly turn from a weak advantage to a weak disadvantage when compared to the fleeing raging starry skies apes in front of them. That's right, from this moment onwards, the speed of the starry sky crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger was already inferior to the fleeing starry sky ferocious ape. But this difference was truly too weak, and it was utterly impossible to notice. But all of the violent apes. From this moment on, the distance between the violent ape, the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger was gradually narrowing. It had entered a new state. The distance between them was slowly widening, but the margin was very small. If Bao Yuan wanted to widen the distance from 400 million miles to 5 billion miles, he still had a long way to go to get out of the suppression area of the 2 supreme masters of the remote antiquities secret technique. According to Yi Xian's deduction, The field of Shenong Cauldron could only hold on for 4 more days. For Yixian was not sure if he could widen the distance to 5 billion miles in 4 days. But as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would try his best. Roar! The head let out a furious roar, and the violent ape subconsciously leaned to the right. But its speed did not change at all. Its entire body was still like an extremely fast-flowing arrow shooting forward. As it turned to the left, the Shenong Cauldron, which had been hanging above the violent ape's head, also changed its position slightly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 2 abandoned stars were blasted into cosmic dust and disappeared. Roar! Boom! The first attack had hit the target, but the second attack had missed. This result made the starry sky blood crocodile and subblood white tiger extremely unwilling. They raised their heads and let out an earth-shattering roar and howl. Almost in the next moment, they activated the power in their bodies and opened their bloody mouths again. In an instant, another 2 huge energy balls with a diameter of 5 million miles were shot from behind. Boom! Along the way, the void of the universe let out deep, rumbling, thunderous sounds, which were terrifying to the ears. Boom! Boom! 1 day passed. During this day, the violent ape unleashed its extreme speed and increased the distance that had been shortened to 400 million li to the current 800 million li. Although they were only 400 million kilometers apart in a day, Yixian's heart was filled with excitement. This was because in the next 3 days, the starry sky blood crocodile and the inferior blood white tiger, who were following behind them, would continuously spit out balls of energy. The energy consumption in their bodies would become greater and greater, and their speed would become slower and slower. Thus, on the second day, the gap had only widened by 400 million miles. However, on the third day, it was very likely that the gap would widen by 800 million miles. Again in the future, the harvest would most likely be even more gratifying. In this way, he might have a chance to widen the distance between himself and the starry sky blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger to more than 5 billion kilometers. As long as Yixian could get out of the range of the 2 primordial supremes' mystic arts, he would be able to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body. One in the blink of an eye he had left quietly. At that time, the starry blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger might be so angry that they would vomit blood on the spot. One thing. In fact, even now, the 2 old guys already wanted to vomit blood. On the previous day, they had narrowed the gap between them and the violent ape from 120 million miles to 400 million miles. They were about to catch up, but unexpectedly, the gap between them began to widen. Unknowingly, after another day, the previous 400 million miles had been widened to 800 million miles. This result made the starry blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger feel deeply helpless. They finally realized how difficult it was to deal with the violent ape. But it was too late now. The energy they had consumed before could not be replenished in a short time. Unless they stopped and immediately went into closed-door cultivation, they could recover in 1 or 2 days. However, the violent ape in front of them was also a powerful figure of the primordial antiquity. If they gave it a day or 2, it would be long gone. At that time, even if they recovered their full strength, what was the point if they could not find its shadow? For example, Chapter 4600. In the void of the universe, a 9-colored sea of fire, which looked like a giant star, was passing by. Above the sea of fire, there was a huge cauldron. More than 1 billion miles behind, 2 powerful primordial masters were closely following it. They were the starry blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the rapid speed, their figures flashed across the void. The starry blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger opened their bloody mouths again. Whoosh! In an instant, each of them spat out an energy light ball with a diameter of more than 10 million miles. Its speed was faster than their own, and it blasted forward in the blink of an eye. Boom! Rumble! The speed of these 2 energy light balls was so fast that it was simply amazing. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached 1 billion miles ahead, approaching the 9-colored sea of fire. This time, the violent ape, who was surrounded by the 9-colored sea of fire, still couldn't avoid it. The 2 energy light balls both blasted at the mouth of the Shenong Cauldron, which was enshrouded by the nine-colored fog. Whoosh! In the next moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded, and the giant cauldron hanging above the violent ape's head shook violently. The nine-colored fog at the mouth of the cauldron rolled violently, which looked very thrilling. Roar! Or whoosh! Whoosh! After this successful attack, the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, who were nearly 1 billion miles behind, raised their heads and let out an earth-shattering roar and roar. Without any hesitation, they immediately opened their mouths again and spat out 2 energy light balls, which blasted forward. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't know where he was at all. After rushing out of the high-level forbidden area, he found a direction and went straight ahead. Now, more than 2 days had passed, he could only run forward, because if he changed his direction, no matter to the left or right, there would be a powerful primordial master chasing after him in a straight line. This was tantamount to wasting the distance that he had worked so hard to open in an instant, and it would more or less shorten the distance. In the distance to the left, there seemed to be a powerful forbidden area. Next to this forbidden area, there seemed to be a powerful star domain controlled by the survivors of the ancients. Because at this moment, as the violent ape fled in the front, the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger were chasing from behind. From time to time, they would open their bloody mouths and spit out huge energy balls. The commotion in the air was too great. In the void on the left side of the front, countless ferocious beasts and survivors of the Desolation Era had been alarmed. They rushed out of the edge of the forbidden area and the star domain in horror, looking in this direction. The beasts and survivors of the Primordial Era, who had the qualifications to come out of the star nest to watch the show under such earth-shattering circumstances, were naturally not weak. Even if they were far away, if their strength was below that of a universe knight, even if they were undying emperors, facing the terrifying supreme power of the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, although they wouldn't directly explode and die, they still couldn't escape with some internal injuries. That's right. The beings rushing out of the 2 forbidden areas and the star domain in the distance ahead of the front left side of the front were all above universe knights, whether they were the beasts or the survivors of the Desolation Era. There were even a few powerful beings of the Desolation Era and several survivors of the Desolation Era who were also powerful beings of the Desolation Era. There were powerful beings of the Desolation Era. Obviously, these 2 neighboring forbidden areas and star domains were top-tier forbidden areas and top-tier star domains. Even so, when they saw what was happening in the void on the other side of the front, the beasts and survivors of the Desolation Era, whose strength was at least at the Universe Knight level, suddenly changed their expressions greatly. Including the dozens of powerful beings of the Desolation Era and the survivors of the Desolation Era, they all exclaimed in shock, "My God! What happened? 2 supreme beings of the Desolation Era are chasing after us from 1 billion miles away? Starry blood crocodile, sub-blood white tiger. I've heard that these 2 supreme beings are guarding a supreme forbidden area on the left side of the right bank of the Milky Way. I didn't expect them to show up here. 2 supreme beings of the Desolation Era are alarmed at the same time. Who is the being in the gorgeous sea of flames in front of us? Shinong Cauldron? Heavens, the thing hovering above the 9-colored sea of flames is actually the Shinong Cauldron. From the looks of it, the 9-colored sea of flames enveloping the fugitive under the cauldron is most likely the Shinong 9-colored flame. This cauldron is a legendary supreme treasure, an ancient treasure with unpredictable power. No wonder 2 supreme beings of the Desolation Era are chasing after it. No matter who it is, they won't give it up easily. It's strange. Judging from the power of the 9-colored sea of flames, the being hiding in the sea of flames seems to be only a 3rd-stage supreme being. Only a 3rd-stage supreme being of the Desolation Era, yet he can escape from the pursuit of 2 supreme beings of the Desolation Era. This being is not to be trifled with. He must have extraordinary means. I've never heard of such a terrifying being in the supreme forbidden areas or supreme starfields on the right bank of the Milky Way. Could it be? Hiss! Violent ape. I understand now. It must be the famous violent ape, who has been hunting the beasts in the supreme forbidden areas on the right bank of the Milky Way. A few years ago, his goal was only to become an emperor. But soon, he became an undying emperor, followed by a universe knight, a universe master, and a universe supreme. I heard that not long ago, even a universe supreme master had become his target. Now it seems that the rumors must be true. This violent ape already has the power of a third-stage supreme being of the Desolation era. It's easy for him to kill universe supreme beings. The change of the target represents the change of his power. In just a dozen years, this mysterious violent ape's power soared from an emperor to a third-stage supreme being of the Desolation era. This is unbelievable. Public enemy. With such bloody killing methods, this violent ape must be the public enemy of all the supreme forbidden areas on the right bank of the Milky Way. Howl! Howl! In the two neighboring forbidden lands and star regions on the left, everyone rushed out of their territories and into the void outside to watch. Then, they all cried out involuntarily at the same time. 1 billion miles behind Yixian, the space blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, who were chasing after him, raised their heads and let out a roar and howl at the same time. Immediately afterward, the voice of the two old men's divine sense spread out in an instant, resounding through the void of the universe within 10 billion miles. The forbidden grounds, fierce beasts, and desolation survivors in the distance, without exception, all heard it clearly. Fellow Taoists, please take action and stop this violent ape with all your might. Chapter 4601. Fellow cultivators, please do your best to stop this violent ape. That's right, we can't let him escape. He's too murderous and must be eradicated. Besides, he has a shocking secret. Once we succeed, all of our fellow cultivators, no matter if they are powerful beings, universe supreme beings, or universe masters, they will all share the secret. This violent ape was able to break through from an undying emperor to a third-level powerful being in the primordial era in just a dozen years. The secret in his hands is too shocking. Fellow cultivators, don't you want to increase your cultivation level quickly? If you want to gain something, take action immediately. We will take action to capture this violent ape. You only need to block his path for a moment. Howl! Howl! The beasts and the survivors of the primordial era in the void space on the left, especially the dozen powerful beings with the cultivation level of the primordial era, who were chasing after Yixian in the void space a billion miles away, were moved instantly. Heart with a slight change of thought, the two of them raised their heads at the same time and let out a shocking roar and howl. Then, the two old men's voices were transmitted instantly, echoing in the void space within a billion miles. The beasts and the survivors of the primordial era in the left, without exception, all heard it clearly. At this moment, Yixian's heart sank to the bottom. His previous deduction was not wrong. It had already been 2 days since they had arrived here. According to the development of the situation in the past 2 days, the blood crocodile and the white tiger, who were chasing closely behind him, were still spurting out energy light balls to bombard the Shinnon cauldron. Also, it would take another 3 to 4 days to temporarily break the power of the domain of the Shinnon cauldron. But now, the distance between Yixian and them had been widened to about 1 billion miles. Also, in about 3 days, this distance would exceed 5 billion miles. Next, by then, Yixian would have escaped the range of the two supreme beings' secret techniques. Once he activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body, he would be able to escape smoothly in an instant. Unfortunately, man's calculations were not as good as fate. Everything had been planned for a long time, but the sudden appearance of the astral beasts and the survivors of the primordial era on the left side immediately triggered a change. Among the space beasts and the remains of the Desolation era, there were a total of 11 beasts that emitted the aura of the Desolation era. The strongest one among them was even a rank 8 Desolation era Almighty. He was a late-stage Almighty, only 1 step away from the peak stage 9 Great Perfection Almighty. Although they were far to the left, they were still in front. If they attacked, they would be able to block Yixian's path. However, Yixian couldn't change his direction at all. He was a billion miles away from the two primordial supremes chasing after him. If he turned to the right at a 90-degree angle, although he could avoid the 11 primordial supremes on the left, the distance between him and the astral blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger behind him would be instantly shortened by 700 to 800 million miles. Such a result was almost hopeless for Yixian, because in the remaining 3 to 4 days, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to widen the distance to 5 billion miles. But if he only turned to the right at a 45-degree angle, he wouldn't be able to avoid the 11 powerful primordial supremes on the left side. As a result, there were interceptions in front and pursuers behind. Once Yi Xian's figure stopped, the starry sky blood crocodile and the inferior blood white tiger, who were only 1 billion kilometers away, would instantly catch up. At that time, Yi Xian wouldn't have the slightest chance of escaping. Roar! These thoughts flashed across the sea like lightning. Bao Yuan, whose mind had already sunk to the bottom of the valley, immediately raised his head and let out a shocking roar, revealing endless unwillingness. Swoosh! 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 At this time, the 11 primordial supremes on the left side of the void finally moved. Their speed was extremely fast. Their figures all turned into streaks of light and blasted in front of Bao Yuan's path to intercept him. What should come came in the end. Most after the last glimmer of hope was destroyed, Yi Xian's heart suddenly sank again, and he made a choice in an instant. Swoosh! A sharp sound broke through the air. The astral violent ape, which was originally rushing forward at an extremely fast speed, directly changed direction at this moment, and blasted forward at a 90-degree angle to the right side of the void. This choice was very helpless. The distance between Bao Yuan and Bao Yuan, which was nearly 1 billion miles, was rapidly shortened by the astral blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger behind him in a short period of time, to about 200 to 300 million miles. Such a result was too miserable and simply unbearable. But it was better than rushing forward directly, and after a short while, being stopped halfway by the 11 powerful primordial supremes, and then being caught up by the astral blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger behind him in an instant. In short, there is still a chance of survival if you turn 90 degrees to the right to escape, but if you go straight ahead, there is no chance of survival. I, the Star Lord, hereby swear that if I don't die today, in the future, I will torture and kill you one by one. Only then will my hatred in my heart disappear. Roar! At this moment, as his figure turned 90 degrees to the right, Yi Xian's indignant and unwilling voice sounded in the cosmic void within a radius of billions of miles at this time. The 11 primordial supremes in the distance, who had already moved forward and were considered to be involved in this matter, didn't pay attention to him at all. They were sure that Bao Yuan couldn't escape today. No matter how many harsh words they said, it was just nonsense and had no meaning at all. While the astral blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger, who were chasing closely behind, were relieved when they saw that Bao Yuan was forced to turn 90 degrees to the right. They immediately changed their direction and took a shortcut to catch up with Bao Yuan. At this moment, their originally tense heartstrings were completely relaxed, because as Bao Yuan was forced to turn helplessly, the distance between them, which had been widened to nearly 11 billion miles, would be shortened again in an instant to about 200 million miles. If, at this time, as long as they gritted their teeth and tried their best, and no longer spouted energy balls to bombard Bao Yuan, they would be able to catch up with Bao Yuan in 1 day at most. Then, they would attack Bao Yuan for another day, and they would be able to break through the power field of Shinnong's treasured cauldron and capture Bao Yuan alive. Time passed slowly. As Bao Yuan turned around, the 11 primordial supremes, who wanted to intercept Bao Yuan, were left far behind. However, they didn't give up and kept following Bao Yuan closely, as if they wanted to get a share of the action. The astral blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger had also caught up with Bao Yuan. As they didn't spit out energy balls during this time, their speed had increased, so the distance between them and Bao Yuan had been shortened to only about 100 million miles. Chapter 4602. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian encountered a new enemy. 11 powerful primordial era supreme beings appeared in the space in front of him on the left. They directly cut through and blocked Yi Xian's path, forcing him to turn 90 degrees to the right. Such as, although he managed to leave the 11 primordial era experts far behind him, the distance between him and the star blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger, which was originally about 1 billion miles, was quickly shortened to only about 100 million miles. The price was too painful. Yi Xian was almost mad with anger. No, I don't have much time. With such a weak speed advantage, I won't be able to escape 5 billion miles in 3 days. Murmuring, Bao Yuan moved forward rapidly while thinking of a countermeasure. Very soon, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Since it's like this, I'll make a last stand. I'll take advantage of this time to make another breakthrough. After fighting 4 powerful ancients in a row, plus the small improvement in my state of mind, the last breakthrough is not at all at my limit. In fact, it's far from it. Plus, I've been running with all my strength for 2 days, and I've been dealing with the bombardment of the Shinnon Cauldron from time to time. The gains from the last breakthrough have basically been completely integrated into my body and divine soul. In this case, if nothing unexpected happens, I'll be able to make another breakthrough in just 1 day. In this way, my peak battle strength will reach the 5th level of the ancients. Although my battle strength has only increased by 1 level, my speed will be greatly improved. During this process, the speed of the starry sky blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger, which are following me closely, will become slower and slower. Meanwhile, my cultivation base will once again break through to the next level. As a result, my advantage in speed will become more obvious. There are only 2 days left. Even if I can't escape 5 billion kilometers, 3 to 4 billion kilometers won't be a problem. In this way, after the Shinnon Cauldron's domain is temporarily broken, I'll grit my teeth and have the hope of escaping 5 billion kilometers away. It's better than not having any hope at all. As for the day of the breakthrough, I'll shrink the Shinnon Cauldron a little. In this way, even without my control, its speed won't be reduced too much because of its small size. More importantly, after its size is reduced, the probability of being bombarded may also decrease. In this way, I may be able to buy more than 3 days. After saying that, Yi Xian's eyes instantly lit up. He didn't hesitate any longer, and with a thought, his entire body transformed into a ray of light. Bringing along the entire sea of 9 colored flames that enveloped his body, he followed the mouth of the Shinnon Cauldron that was filled with 9 colored mist and charged into the space within the cauldron. Buzz! Almost at the same time, he activated the power of the Shinnon Cauldron's domain and adjusted it. Its originally massive size of over 40 million kilometers shrank by quite a few times, until it was only about 1 million kilometers wide. Immediately after, Yi Xian adjusted the power of the cauldron's field to the front, moving at an extremely fast speed in a straight line. After that, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He didn't care about anything else and immediately sat down cross-legged on one side of the volcano in the central region. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Due to the urgency of the moment, he did not hesitate at all. With a wave of his hand, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. In an instant, rays of light shot out and hovered around him. It was the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body to start this breakthrough. Then, Yi Xian immediately activated the field of the Shinnon Cauldron and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. He swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Walala! When the nascent soul fist ball condensed from cultivation resources entered his mouth, the expected clanking sound of the chains came from his body. All the resources turned into a majestic energy river in an instant. And this time, the shackles that appeared were the same as before. There was only one. Here as expected, Yi Xian did not pay attention to it. He immediately focused and activated the energy river that had just formed in his body with all his might. He started to circulate it in his meridians again and again. Just as he'd expected, there weren't many obstacles to the breakthrough this time. In just a day's time, the large river of energy that had formed within Yi Xian's body had been completely refined. Following that, the great river of energy within his body completely disappeared after each cycle, fusing into Yi Xian's body and divine soul. Following that, with just a single attack, the incomparably thick shackles were broken. When the shackles completely broke, the expected system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, Level 3 Universe Supreme. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body energy. Current realm, Level 3 Universe Supreme. Level 3 Universe Supreme was the peak of the initial stage of this realm. During the previous breakthrough, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation base was at the second level of the Universe Supreme. If he activated the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he would be able to reach level 3 Universe Supreme. If he activated the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately soar to level 3 Universe Supreme. If coupled with the majestic energy and blood in his body, his battle power would be comparable to a level 4 Universe Supreme. And this time, after another successful breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly possess the strength of a level 4 Universe Supreme after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. If he activated the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape bloodline and directly entered the 9th transformation, his battle power would be comparable to a level 4 Universe Supreme. Then taking into account the majestic energy and blood in his body that was 60 million miles long, his battle power would increase by 1 level. In the end, the strongest battle prowess that Yi Xian could display right now was already on par with the primordial era's supreme expert at the 5th step. But what he was interested in now was not the increase in battle power, because there were 2 powerful primordial supremes chasing after him. Not to mention the increase of 1 level, even if it was 2 or 3 levels, it would not be significant. But the change in his speed brought by this 1 level of battle power made Yi Xian extremely happy. Although level 5 Universe Supreme and level 4 Universe Supreme were only mid-level primordial supremes, level 4 Universe Supreme was only the beginning of the mid-level primordial supremes realm. However, level 5 Universe Supreme was firmly in the mid-level primordial supremes realm, and in terms of speed, it was much faster. Rumble! Rumble! Earth-shaking rumbles continued to resound, and the space inside the cauldron under him shook even more violently than before. Just as he opened his eyes, an earth-shattering boom suddenly came from the space inside the cauldron. It was obvious that the treasured cauldron had been hit again. However, Yi Xian was not anxious, and his eyes shone brightly. Chapter 4603. Another day has passed. I wonder if the Shinong cauldron has been able to close the distance of 100 million li in the past day, or if it has widened a little more. Although he knew that this was basically impossible, because without his control, the Shinong cauldron was being chased by 2 powerful primordial supremes. It was already good enough that the distance between them was not shortened. It was a bit too much to hope that it could increase the distance between them. With a touch of expectation, Yi Xian quickly activated the power of the field to investigate the situation outside the cauldron. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but as soon as he looked, he was stunned. Then his expression changed slightly, and he shook his head with a bitter smile as expected. After losing his control, the Shinong cauldron had shrunk in size, but its speed was not slow, but it was still getting closer. This might be because the starry blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger had seen through Yi Xian's plan, so the frequency of their bombardment of the energy balls decreased, causing their speed to increase slightly. At this time, it was meaningless to investigate the reason because the facts were the facts. Originally, the distance between the cauldron and the starry sky blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger chasing behind it was more than 110 million miles. But now, after a day, this distance had been shortened by more than half. The starry blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger were only 20 million miles away from the cauldron. Also, fortunately, Yi Xian was now in seclusion, otherwise, the cauldron would have been intercepted by the starry blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger in about 4 hours, and then the situation would be even worse. Although the distance has been shortened to about 20 million miles, there are still 3 days. With a flash of light, Yi Xian murmured softly, "Now that I have broken through again and have the speed of a 5th stage supreme being, I will definitely be able to increase the distance again in 3 days." Speaking of this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. His figure flashed, and in an instant, he shot into the sky of the space inside the cauldron, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the void of the universe, the 11 powerful beings of the remote antiquity era were nowhere to be seen. Ever since Yi Xian turned 90 degrees to the right, they were left behind in an instant. But now, the heaven blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger were only 20 million miles away from the farmer god cauldron. Whoosh! Show! The figures of the 2 primordial supremes streaked across the void. The star blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger opened their bloody mouths again. In an instant, They each spat out an energy ball with a diameter of more than 10 million miles. Speed in the blink of an eye, they blasted forward. Boom! Rumble! The speed of the two energy balls was shockingly fast. It was simply shocking. In the blink of an eye, they were already 1 billion miles away. Although the size of the cauldron had shrunk to only 1 million miles, but this time it still couldn't avoid them. The two energy balls both blasted into the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was filled with 9-colored fog. Almost in the next moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded. The giant cauldron shook violently in an instant. The dense 9-colored fog at the mouth of the cauldron tumbled violently, looking very thrilling. Roar! Screech! There are still 20 million miles. At most, we can catch up in 2 hours. At that time, once we force the cauldron to stop, we can't let the violent ape escape. One day, the violent ape has been in the space inside the cauldron for a day. This guy is too cunning. He must be up to something again. We must speed up the progress. After the successful attack, the heaven blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger were in high spirits. They each raised their heads and let out an earth-shattering roar and a violent howl. Whoosh! Rumble! Almost at the same moment, from the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was filled with 9-colored fog, a ray of light shot out. It expanded against the wind, and in an instant, it turned into a 60 million miles long star-sky violent ape. It was Yi Xian. Following that, as the figure of the violent ape appeared, a 9-colored sea of flames poured out from the cauldron, enveloping the huge body of the violent ape in the blink of an eye. While the violent ape didn't stop for a moment. As soon as it rushed out of the cauldron, it rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. The farmer god cauldron, which was originally uncontrolled, also expanded in an instant, reaching its full form of 40 million miles. It suspended above the violent ape's head, pouring out an invisible force field to protect the violent ape's body. While, in the blink of an eye, the violent ape, who rushed out of the cauldron, was no longer in danger. At close range, with the 9-colored sea of flames protecting the body, even the remote ancient supreme didn't dare to touch it easily. While, with the long-distance energy bombardment and the protection of the farmer god's treasure cauldron's invisible force field, unless the cauldron's force field was temporarily broken, no matter how many energy balls bombarded it, it would not be able to shake the ape. At least, according to Yi Xian's prediction, he would be safe for 3 days. At this moment, as the figure of the violent ape reappeared after a day, the star-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, who were following closely behind, were stunned. Then, the voice of the divine sense sounded, revealing endless horror. What happened? The aura emanating from the ape's body is actually that of a 4th-order primordial god. Damn it! After only 1 day, he actually broke through after entering the space inside the cauldron. This kind of speed is simply outrageous. He really has a shocking secret. He's a rank 4 mighty figure, and with the boundless blood essence within his massive body, this ferocious ape's true battle prowess is already comparable to a rank 5 mighty figure. Damn it, his speed has increased yet again. I can't continue like this. The distance that was just closed is going to be pulled apart again very soon. Whatever, before the distance is pulled apart, attack with all our strength. We must force him to stop and intercept him. Otherwise, in a few days, we will be in a passive situation again. Don't hold back anymore. Attack with all your strength. The final moment is coming ahead of time. Violent ape, you forced me to do this. Roar! Screech! In horror, the star-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger roared again and again. In the end, they let out earth-shattering roars and howls together. Without hesitation, they opened their bloody mouths at once. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Rumble! Rumble! Boom! The earth-shattering sound of something breaking through the air rang out. It was extremely sharp, and it was followed by the sound of thunder that erupted in the void due to the resonance. This time, the star-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger were obviously going all out. They didn't spit out the energy balls one by one, but dozens of them in an instant. The 2 supreme masters of the ancients put all their strength together, and for a moment, nearly 100 energy balls were shot out from behind. Hiss! Almost at the same time, a crisp sound of ripping cloth suddenly came from the right side, 10 billion miles away. Void. Chapter 4604. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rumble! Rumble! The earth-shattering sound of something breaking through the air rang out. It was extremely sharp, and it was followed by the sound of thunder that erupted in the void due to the resonance. The blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger went all out. They didn't spit out the energy balls one by one anymore. Together, there were almost 100 energy balls shooting from behind. The movement was too shocking. The violent ape, who was 20 million miles away, looked back subconsciously and was almost scared out of his wits. Although the hollow blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger were powerful primordial supremes, it was still difficult for them to withstand dozens of such huge energy balls at once. They would most likely have to pay a certain price and suffer some backlash afterwards. However, they didn't have time to care about this. As they said, all of this was forced by Yi Xian. Counting the two primordial supremes had been chasing after them for more than 3 days now. During these 3 days, they had done everything they could to shorten the distance between them and the primordial supremes to just 20 million miles. However, when they were about to succeed, they suddenly found that the violent ape had broken through another level. The gap between them would soon be widened again. Even the supreme ancients couldn't bear such a huge psychological gap. In a moment of excitement, the two supreme ancients gritted their teeth and fought with all their might. Yi Xian wasn't able to predict this at all. Now, in the face of such a critical situation, he could only sigh in his heart. There was no way to resolve this. There was nothing he could do. Close to 100 balls of energy shot over, each of which was tens of millions of kilometers in size. Coupled with the current distance between the two of them, there was only a distance of 20 million kilometers between them. Without a doubt, at least half of these energy balls would explode within the area covered by the Shinong Cauldron's invisible domain. While, even if the others missed when the energy balls exploded, they would also be detonated by the raging energy. In other words, almost 100 energy balls would all explode. If nothing unexpected happened, the void within a radius of 10 billion miles would most likely shatter inch by inch. Even if the power of the primordial void was strong, it would recover soon. However, during the time when the void was shattered, even if the field of the Shinong Cauldron didn't collapse, he and the violent ape would be trapped here and couldn't move forward for the time being. Even though this time was very short, it was more than enough time for the starry sky blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger. After all, they were only 20 million miles away from the violent ape. For the powerful supreme ancients, if the violent ape, who was running in the front, stopped, the blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger could catch up with them in an instant. Alas! As he sighed in his heart, Yi Xian simply stopped. His body transformed into a ray of light as he directly entered the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist and entered the space within the cauldron. At the same time, he also activated the field of the Shinong Cauldron and reduced its size to only 1 million miles. Anyway, it was useless to escape. Once the energy balls exploded, the void within 10 billion miles would shatter, and they could no longer move forward. Reverse, it was better to retreat into the cauldron and reduce its size. In this way, the area of the cauldron would be smaller and they might be able to hold on for a little longer. This was just a temporary measure. Couldn't solve the current crisis at all. In fact, the real crisis would come soon. Once the energy balls exploded, the shattered void would be restored to its original state by the powerful primordial void law. That would be the moment when Yi Xian was in great trouble. At that time, the two powerful supreme ancients would sandwich the cauldron in the middle and bombard it at close range. At most, he would be dragged out of the space inside the cauldron in 1 day. Roar. Screech. He's not running anymore. Everything is finally over. Boom. Boom. Seeing the violent ape stop, he retreated into the space inside the cauldron again. He even reduced the size of the cauldron to 1 million miles and stopped in the void in front of him. This, obviously, he had given up on escaping and was going to take this round of bombardment head-on. The hollow blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger were overjoyed. They raised their heads and let out shocking roars and howls. While, At this time, the hundreds of energy light balls that shot out finally arrived. Earth-shattering explosions rang out densely, accompanied by faint cracking sounds of the void being torn apart inch by inch. 1. In the blink of an eye, the vast space within a radius of 10 billion miles was engulfed in the raging energy. The Shinong cauldron was like a small boat on the tip of a huge wave, swaying in the wind and rain. At this time, the hollow blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger had retreated to 5 billion miles away. They were not worried about the violent ape's escape, because before the void was restored, they couldn't move forward at all. With that time, they could cover the distance of 5 billion miles in a few seconds. Hiss! Almost at the same time, 10 billion miles away on the right side of the cauldron, a crisp sound of ripping silk suddenly came from the void. A huge crack was torn open in the void, and a huge claw stretched out from it. It was only a single claw, and it wasn't a complete claw. It was only a single claw, yet its size was already 25 million kilometers long. It was simply unimaginable. Almost subconsciously, when this crisp sound of ripping silk came, the hollow blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger all turned to look at it. Next, in an instant, they opened their mouths wide at the same time, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A claw of a complete claw was 50 million miles long, which was the same size as their entire bodies. Then, how huge was the entire body of this existence that was about to descend? An entire star field? Thousands or even trillions of miles away. If that was really the case, then how terrifying would his cultivation be? Deity? Shocked, the hollow blood crocodile and the subblood white tiger trembled slightly and murmured softly, revealing endless horror. Among the ferocious beasts of the starry sky, which race has such a huge body? Could it be the void giant turtle? The void giant turtle? Since ancient times, there has only been one. Didn't it fall in the great battle of the primordial era? It can't be him. Whoosh! Almost in the next moment, a black light flashed, and the giant claw, which was supposed to be very far away, came close to them in the blink of an eye, together with the huge crack in the void. Sharp claw with a sharp sound of breaking the air. The hollow blood crocodile's huge body exploded with a bang, and its body and soul were destroyed. Light. Chapter 4605. Supreme of the Ancients at the peak of the 9th stage? That's a half-step heavenly Tao. Void giant tortoise. It's you. You're fine from the battle of the ancients. In the blink of an eye, the celestial blood crocodile's body exploded. As the claw moved, the subblood white tiger finally sensed the cultivation base of the claw's owner and guessed his identity in an instant. A powerful third-stage supreme was killed as easily as crushing an ant. It was definitely a supreme of the ancients at the peak of the 9th stage. It was only slightly weaker than the primeval heaven's eye. Such a terrifying existence was rare even in the untainted world, and there were only a few of them in the current era. In addition to its massive body, a single claw was at least 50 million miles long. Apart from the void giant tortoise from back then, he really couldn't think of anyone else. Hiss! Hiss! The existence in the crack didn't respond to the subblood white tiger's subconscious exclamation. It simply ignored the subblood white tiger. However, the claw that came out of the crack was moving left and right. In an instant, a huge crack that was hundreds of billions of miles long appeared in the void, accompanied by the crisp sound of cracking. This time, the existence in the crack stretched out its entire right forelimb. It was like a small star field, occupying the sky and earth. It was indeed a tortoise claw. In the distance, the 11 primordial age experts who had finally caught up came to an abrupt halt at the sight of this. Immediately afterward, his body trembled violently. Without pausing for a moment, he turned around and fled in the direction he came from. Even the starry blood crocodile was killed by a single claw. They were only ancients, and they were nothing in the hands of that existence. Even if they were tens of billions of miles away, that existence could still kill them with a single claw if it wanted to. As the indescribably gargantuan tortoise claw extended out of the spatial rift, the subblood white tiger shuddered as it returned to its senses. In the next moment, he shrunk his neck, and without making a single sound, He turned around and fled in the opposite direction at top speed. Roar! It was also at this moment that an extremely deep roar resounded from the black crack that was 100 billion kilometers wide. It was filled with displeasure. The existence in the crack seemed to be extremely displeased that it couldn't tear a large enough crack in the primordial void to allow its main body to arrive here. In the next moment, the terrifying tortoise claw that was hundreds of billions of miles long stretched out of the crack and shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, the existence in the crack had lost its patience and couldn't tear a large enough crack in the primordial void in a short period of time. Therefore, it chose to shrink its body. It was extremely swift. In merely a breath of time, a figure had emerged from the enormous spatial rift. It was completely pitch black, and it emanated an extremely powerful, ancient, and heavy aura. It was at least 100 billion kilometers in size. However, this was only the size of one of its forelimbs that had extended out of the void fissure. It was evident that its complete form was at least several trillion miles wide. Even a normal star area wouldn't be that vast. The existence that rushed out of the crack was the void giant tortoise. After being rescued by Yi Xian and the headless corpse from the mysterious void fragment, the void giant tortoise returned to the second universe of the three main planes of the universe and hibernated in the ancestral land of the Nether Tortoise clan, one of the 10 great clans of the second universe, to recover. Now, it seemed that its injuries had completely healed. Moreover, since it had already arrived here, the Nether Tortoise clan had most likely entered the primordial void, or perhaps they were hibernating in an unknown void connected to it. Swish! As soon as his figure rushed out of the void crack, the void giant turtle immediately stretched out its neck. In an instant, a sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. The starry sky blood crocodile that had been killed by his finger earlier, after its body exploded, all of the boundless chi and blood that had spread out was instantly destroyed. It entered the giant tortoise's mouth and was directly swallowed by it. It seemed that it was also hunting. Starry sky ferocious beasts originally devoured each other to strip the vitality of other existences and turn it into resources to improve its own cultivation. However, the void giant tortoise was already at the peak of supreme primordial level 9, so its level was too high. Therefore, even the vitality of a supreme primordial level 3 was not of much use to it after it had completely devoured it. If Yi Xian saw this scene, he would probably go crazy on the spot. To him, this was a supreme blood essence that he did not even dare to dream of, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. More importantly, it did not have any obvious effect on the void giant tortoise. It was simply a reckless waste of God's gift. After doing all this, the void giant tortoise lazily turned its head and looked in the direction where the subblood white tiger had fled. As for the 11 primordial level ones, although they had hurriedly turned around and fled from a distance, the void giant tortoise had also sensed them, but it was not interested in them. Even if it could kill them all with a raise of its claw, it was too lazy to do so. It was already at the peak of supreme primordial level 9. Even the vitality of a supreme primordial level 3 was not of much use to it, let alone the primordial level ones. At this moment, if Yi Xian knew what the void giant tortoise was thinking, he would probably vomit blood on the spot. However, although the primordial level ones were no longer of interest to the void giant tortoise, the primordial level ones were different. Even if the vitality of a supreme primordial level 2 was not of much use to it, a mosquito's leg was still meat. Therefore, the void giant tortoise would definitely not let go of this subblood white tiger. All this took place in just 1 or 2 breaths of time. Although the subblood white tiger was fast, it had only fled 10 billion miles away in such a short time. You can't escape. At this moment, an incomparably deep voice with endless laziness rang out, but it instantly covered the boundless void as far as the eye could see. Very far away, the 2 top-grade forbidden zones and the 2 top-grade supreme primordial stars happened to be in this area. In the supreme primordial star region, countless ferocious beasts and primordial survivors instantly prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Screech! It seemed to have realized that it was about to die, and there was no suspense at all. There was no chance of survival at all. The subblood white tiger that was fleeing at full speed suddenly stopped, raised its head, and let out an unwilling roar. Whoosh! An ear-piercing noise echoed. From 10 billion kilometers away, the void tortoise didn't even move half a step. It merely raised its left forelimb and slashed out with one of its claws. Bang! Chapter 4606. The Interior of the Farmer God Cauldron. Boom! Rumble. Earth-shattering rumbling sounds rang out endlessly. Ever since the explosion, they hadn't stopped. The entire space within the cauldron trembled violently. Yi Xian understood that this was because the cauldron's main body had shrunk to a size of only 1,000,000 kilometers. At this moment, just as the terrifying energy raging outside was like a small boat bobbing up and down in the waves, Yi Xian had shrunk the size of the violent ape to a height of about 3 meters. He sat cross-legged above the volcano in the central domain, his expression extremely gloomy. Yi Xian was confident in the power of the Shenong Cauldron's domain. Although nearly 100 energy balls exploded at the same time in this wave of attacks, it was absolutely impossible for the Shenong Cauldron's domain to collapse just like that. However, after this havoc, the Farmer God Cauldron's field, which was already on the brink of collapse, was in even more danger. According to Yi Xian's calculations, after this wave of attacks was over, the power field of the Shenong Cauldron would at most be able to hold on for half a day before it was broken by the starry blood crocodile and the inferior blood white tiger. Although he would be able to slowly recover and return to his peak state in at most a month, to Yi Xian, this kind of temporary collapse of the domain's power was absolutely fatal. Not to mention a month. Even a few breaths' time was enough for the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger to drag him out of the cauldron. At this moment, Yi Xian was truly at his wit's end. He had exhausted all his means, but he couldn't escape at all. After all, there were two powerful primordial supremes. With his current cultivation, even if he used the Skyfall Bow with all his strength, he could only seriously injure one of them at most. However, if that happened, Yi Xian would have no chance of turning the tables. With all the energy in his body drained, even if they stopped chasing him, he couldn't escape. He wouldn't do that unless it was absolutely necessary. Of course, if there was no chance of survival, Yi Xian wouldn't hesitate at all. He would use the Skyfall Bow before he died and try to drag one of them down with him. All this seemed to take a long time, but in fact only a few breaths' time had passed. During this short period of time, Yi Xian's emotions had fluctuated several times. Finally, a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he made his final decision. Instead of hiding in the cauldron and waiting for the Farmer God Cauldron's field to be destroyed, and then dragged out by those two guys, it's better to take the initiative and rush out of the cauldron. In this way, I can guarantee that the Farmer God Cauldron's field won't be destroyed, and can still hold on for half a day. Although this will undoubtedly mean facing the two powerful primordial supremes, this is something that was bound to happen sooner or later. It's better to be early than late. Now is the final battle. Let's see if the headless infant corpse can be relied on in the most critical moment of life and death. If the answer is yes, then everything will be solved. If the answer is no, then it's only half a day earlier. After rushing out of the cauldron's space, I can still use the Skyfall Bow to give as much as I can when all hope is lost. I can drag one of them down with me. After saying that, Yi Xian didn't say anything else. A cold light flashed in his eyes and his expression became extremely resolute. Even the body of the violent ape emitted an incomparably ferocious aura with a loud bang. At this moment, Bao Yuan's aura was incomparably resolute. He was clearly prepared to fight to the death. The battle for supremacy in the starry sky had always been like this. Either live or die, what was there to be conflicted about? This thought flashed through his mind. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire body and mind were relaxed. Imperceptibly, his state of mind had a small sublimation. This meant that he could break through again. The opportunity had come. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time. Hiss! Shaking his head, he smiled bitterly and threw the thought of breaking through into seclusion to the back of his mind. Bao Yuan raised his head and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Immediately after, his figure shot out and directly shot into the sky above the cauldron's space, disappearing without a trace in an instant. He couldn't see it. Outside the Shenong cauldron, in the primordial void, the raging energy balls that the starry sky blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger had spat out had gradually stopped. Although the rumbling sound was still there, it was already sparse. However, with the Shinong Cauldron as the center, the vast expanse of primordial space within a radius of 10 billion kilometers had already shattered inch by inch. However, this kind of shattering was obviously only temporary. At this moment, as the raging energy of the nearly 100 energy balls gradually dissipated, the shattered space within a radius of 10 billion kilometers was being visibly healed by the powerful power of the laws of the primordial world. Speed, it quickly healed. It was the same for the huge spatial rift that the void giant turtle had rushed out of in the distance. However, this spatial rift was too big, and it wasn't an inch of fine fragmentation. Instead, it was directly torn open by a powerful force. Therefore, even under the influence of the powerful primordial law, the recovery was relatively slow. It would take at least half a day for it to completely heal. Bang! At this moment, in the void 10 billion kilometers away, a heaven-shaking bang sounded, followed by a huge cloud of blood mist spreading out. Its momentum was majestic, and in the blink of an eye, it had already enveloped the void within 100 million kilometers. After all, the subblood white tiger's body was originally 50 million kilometers long. At this moment, its body was slashed apart by the void giant turtle's finger, and it instantly spread out 100 million kilometers. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the Shinong Cauldron, which had shrunk to only 1,000,000 kilometers in size, emitted a faint sound of breaking through the air from the mouth of the cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored mist. A figure that was only about 3 meters tall, with a shocking and ferocious aura, came out from the mouth of the cauldron. He rushed out from the cauldron. It was Yi Xian in the form of a violent ape. When Yi Xian heard the loud bang in the distance, he paused for a moment, and then subconsciously turned his head to look. The next moment, his body shook violently, and his expression changed drastically. He gasped, and even his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had come just in time to see the subblood white tiger's body explode. Moreover, it was slashed apart by a terrifyingly huge void giant turtle that lightly stretched out its claw. Wait, void giant turtle? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian recognized the giant turtle immediately. Wasn't it the turtle that he and the headless baby corpse had rescued from the mysterious fragment of the void? What on earth happened? Why did everything change in the blink of an eye? I saw the subblood white tiger's body explode with my own eyes. But what about the starry blood crocodile? Yi Xian looked around, but not only did he not see the starry blood crocodile, but he also did not see the blood crocodile after its body exploded. At the same time, after slashing the subblood white tiger with its finger, the void giant turtle raised its neck and pretended to suck in the blood. Chapter 4607. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out, and before he finished speaking, Yi Xian's figure had already shot forward. At the same time, the Shinong Cauldron followed closely behind, suspended above his head. Huff! A distance of more than 10 billion kilometers was originally nothing to his current cultivation level of the 3rd level of the primordial era. However, everything in front of him was too urgent, and if he was half a step late, it would be bad news. Thus, Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest. He activated the Shinong Cauldron suspended above his head. In an instant, a 9-colored sea of flames rushed out of the cauldron, instantly expanding to thousands of miles away, sweeping forward. Although the void tortoise's cultivation had already recovered and was now a peak supreme of the 9th stage of the desolate era, which was half a step into the heavenly Tao, he still didn't dare to rashly touch the Shinong 9-colored flame. Otherwise, he wouldn't die. Although it would not kill it, the pain of the flesh was unavoidable. Sensing the approaching danger, the void tortoise stopped absorbing the majestic blood and qi and subconsciously turned its head to look back. When it saw Yi Xian, it was obviously stunned for a moment, and then a trace of anger burst out of its eyes. Almost at the same time, the void tortoise's deep, muffled voice rang out. "What are you doing, little guy? You actually attacked me? Are you itching for a beating?" As his divine sense voice was transmitted, his terrifying body that was over 100 billion miles long also moved upward to avoid the 9-colored sea of flames that was whistling toward him. Whoosh! Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was overjoyed. He did not bother to answer the void giant turtle's words at all. His figure flashed, and he had already arrived in front of it. With a wave of his hand, an invisible suction force spread out, enveloping the void of the universe for hundreds of millions of miles. In the blink of an eye, all the blood and chi of the subblood white tiger's body exploded was wrapped up. After all, the subblood white tiger was a powerful primordial supreme. Its body was 50 million miles long, so the blood and chi of its body was naturally extremely majestic. It was simply outrageous. Therefore, even if it was Yi Xian, it would still take him a certain amount of time to absorb all of the boundless chi and blood. However, for the void tortoise, it was something that could be done in an instant. This boundless chi and blood had just been swept over, but before it reached the front, it was intercepted by an invisible force with a whoosh and rushed to the upper left. Yi Xian turned his head to look. All of the boundless chi and blood had already turned into a blood-colored ball, about 3,000 feet in size, floating in front of the giant void tortoise's nose. Compared to its terrifying size, it was simply insignificant. However, Yi Xian was scared out of his wits. With his current cultivation level and strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to snatch something from a powerful peak supreme being. Right now, what he was most worried about was that the giant void tortoise would not say anything and first take the ball that was already in front of his nose. He directly swallowed the 1,000-meter-long blood orb. Then he would argue with Yi Xian. If that really happened, Yi Xian would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood on the spot. Damn it! Shut up immediately. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian immediately became anxious again and flew into a rage. If you dare to swallow it, I will break off all relations with you. Break off all relations? I don't seem to be very close to you, right? The voice of the void tortoise's divine sense rang out. It was still muffled, but there was a hint of ridicule in it. Besides, you are only in the primordial era, and you seem to have been forcefully raised by some kind of bloodline ability. Once you remove the ability, your true cultivation you should only be a universe supreme being. This is all of the chi and blood of a third-stage primordial era supreme being. Can you swallow it? Aren't you afraid of exploding and dying? What do you know? It would have been better if he didn't mention this, but Yi Xian immediately became angry. Swallowing it directly is simply a waste, a reckless waste of God's gift. I want to refine it into supreme blood essence and gather 5 of them. In the future, I will deduce the perfect formula for the level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill. By then, I will be able to refine a Heavenly Path Treasure Pill. Heavenly Path Treasure Pill? What is that? Is there such a thing? I have lived since the primordial era until now. Why haven't I heard of it before? The giant void tortoise was stunned, and suspicion appeared in its eyes. It sized up Yi Xian and said playfully, "Not bad, you brat. Now you have learned how to swindle others without batting an eyelid. You even managed to swindle me." Pooh! Yi Xian almost vomited blood on the spot. He was so angry that he snorted. After rolling his eyes, he directly took out a few treasured pills of different grades from his undying world. A level 25 Supreme Treasure Pill, a level 26 Eternity Treasure Pill, and a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. Of course, the Supreme here referred to the Supreme Beings of the universe and not the Supreme Primordial Era. As for the level 28 Supreme Elixir Pill, although he had already deduced the perfect pill formula and had enough sovereign blood essence in his hands, he hadn't had time to refine it yet, so he couldn't take it out even if he wanted to. However, these 3 treasured pills of different grades were enough to explain the problem. "This is a night pill," said Luofeng. "It can help an Emperor level 9 pinnacle to become a universe knight within a few days." "This is the Eternity Lord Treasure Pill," said Luofeng. "It can help a universe knight become a universe master within a few days. As for the last one, it's a Supreme Treasure Pill. It can allow an undying emperor to become a universe supreme within a few days." As he spoke, Yi Xian raised his hand and pointed at the 3 treasured pills floating in front of him. When he finished, he put them away with a flip of his hand. Then he continued, "As for the Supreme Being pellet that can help a pinnacle level 9 universe supreme become a supreme being in the primordial era in a short time, I've just finished collecting the materials, and I'm going to start refining it right away. The blood bead in front of your nose is an important material for refining the heavenly path pellet in the future. That's a heavenly path pellet which can help a pinnacle primordial supreme like you reach the heavenly path pellet in a short time, and it's as good as the primordial heavenly path pellet. You can become a heavenly path treasure pill with the same eyes. The aura of these 3 treasured pills is correct. They do have the effect you said. Seeing the 3 treasured pills of different grades, the giant void turtle's eyes became serious for the first time. He sized up Yi Xian again and finally asked in a muffled voice, "Boy, are you sure you can refine the heavenly path treasure pill?" "I can refine the supreme treasure pill at any time. After the supreme treasure pill, it's the supreme treasure pill. The perfect formula isn't complete yet, but it's almost done. After the supreme treasure pill, it's the heavenly path treasure pill. I have to deduce the perfect formula and collect the materials before I can refine it. Each heavenly path treasure pill requires 5 supreme blood essences, which are the blood and energy formed by the explosion of the body of primordial supreme. The blood essences. If I don't lack supreme blood essences, I should be able to deduce the perfect formula of the heavenly path treasure pill in 3 years. Chapter 4608. I didn't expect you to have the ability to refine a heavenly Tao treasure pill. His eyes flickered with rays of light as the void tortoise sized Yi Xian up. Can 5 primordial sovereigns refine a single heavenly Tao treasure pill? This is simply too profitable. If I were to devour the flesh and blood of the primordial supremes to evolve, I'm afraid I would need at least 1,000 primordial supremes. Only Chen Zun has this possibility. Compared to you, he's truly too much of a wastrel. Speaking of this, he seemed to have thought of something and glared at Yi Xian. Brat, why didn't you come out earlier? I just swallowed one not long ago. It's not easy to kill the primordial supremes. The key is that they're all hiding. It's hard to find them. Just because you came out a little slower, you wasted a supreme blood essence. Buffed! This time, Yi Xian was really angry to the point of spitting out blood. He had thought that this giant tortoise was a little shameless. But now it seemed that it was more than a little shameless. It was simply too shameless. Just a moment ago, he was fighting with him for the blood bead and almost swallowed it in one gulp. Now that he heard that he could refine the heavenly path treasure pill, he immediately changed his tone and even blamed him. A 9th order desolation supreme, a supreme existence who had lived since the ancient desolation era to the present, was actually so shameless. No one could be this shameless. Xiao. Brat, take this. This is the first supreme blood essence that I'm leaving with you. There are still 4 left. I'll think of a way to get enough. Once you've gathered enough, you can refine the heavenly path treasure pill for me as soon as possible. With a faint sound of breaking air, the blood bead that was originally hanging at the tip of the void tortoise's nose shot towards Yi Xian. At the same time, the voice of the void giant tortoise's divine sense rang out. It leaped and was about to shoot into the distance. Hey, what do you mean by you're leaving it with me? Didn't we agree just now that everyone has a share? You've already swallowed one, so this one is mine. As he spoke, Yi Xian hurriedly took action. He collected the blood beads and sent them into the flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano in the Shinong cauldron. He began the blood essence refinement. Then, he relaxed and said confidently, "Remember, to refine a heavenly path treasure pill, you need at least 5 pieces of blood essence of the Supreme Master as the main ingredient. Moreover, you also need some other supplementary ingredients. This Star Lord can't give you these for free. Yes, there are benefits to alchemy, right? That's why the Star Lord will help you get at least 9 more sovereign blood essences. Otherwise, don't mention it again." Roar! You damned brat, you actually dare to blackmail me? In the distance, the void tortoise let out a low roar, but it didn't turn around. Its enormous figure moved at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, it had already disappeared at the end of their line of sight. Who would have thought that it would end like this? Taking a deep breath and recalling the desperate situation of life and death, Yi Xian sighed with emotion. After calming himself down, he quickly recalled the 11 supreme experts of the primordial era who had intercepted him earlier. His eyes instantly shone with a cold light. Humph! I didn't expect to be able to fulfill the words I said before so quickly. However, before I go back to take revenge, I still have to make another breakthrough in my cultivation. The previous breakthrough wasn't my limit, and there's still the possibility of another breakthrough. Just now, when I decided to abandon everything and rush out of the cauldron, my mental state improved once more. Thus, the breakthrough this time is already set in stone. There's no doubt about it. Swish. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a flash of his body, he directly arrived at the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. From there, he entered the space within the cauldron, hovered above the central region volcano, and sat down cross-legged. Swish, swish, swish. With a wave of his hand, along with a faint sound of breaking through the air, rays of light shot out and hovered in front of Yi Xian. These were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body to carry out this breakthrough. Immediately after, he activated the domain of the Shenong cauldron at the first possible moment, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent fist, and swallowing them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Walala! As the nascent fist ball entered his mouth, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Yi Xian's body. All the resources instantly transformed into a majestic river of energy. And this time, the shackles that appeared were the same as before. There was only one. This was expected, so Yi Xian did not pay attention to it. He immediately focused and activated the river of energy that had just formed in his body with all his strength. He began to circulate it in his meridians again and again. Perhaps it was because of the sublimation of his state of mind. The breakthrough this time did not encounter any obstacles. In just 2 days, the river of energy that had formed in Yi Xian's body was completely refined. And as the river of energy completely disappeared after each circulation, it merged into Yi Xian's body and soul. Next, he only needed to attack once, and the shackles that appeared this time broke. When the shackles completely broke, the anticipated system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm. 4th Order Universe Supreme. Ding! Congratulations to host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm. 4th Order Universe Supreme. 4th Order Universe Supreme. This was the middle stage of this realm. During the previous breakthrough, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation level had reached 3rd Order Universe Supreme. If he activated the power of the ancient Devil Ape bloodline in his body, he would be able to advance to 4th Order Universe Supreme. If he activated the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately rise to 4th Order Universe Supreme. In addition to the majestic blood energy in his body, his actual battle power would be comparable to a 5th Order Universe Supreme. And this time, after another successful breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly possess the strength of a 5th Order Universe Supreme after activating the ancient Devil Ape bloodline in his body. If he activated the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape bloodline and directly entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle power would be comparable to a 5th Order Universe Supreme. In addition to the 60 million kilometer long body, the boundless power of blood and chi that was so vast that it made one's hair stand on end added a level to his actual combat strength. In the end, the strongest battle prowess that Yi Xian could display right now was already on par with the 6th step of the primordial era. In other words, unless he encountered a late-stage supreme expert of the 7th step or above, Yi Xian would be invincible. In fact, even if his opponent was a 7th Order Universe Supreme, it wouldn't be a problem for Yi Xian. It was only natural for him to protect himself. In fact, the probability of him killing his opponent was more than 60%. This was because he still had the Blood Secret Art. Once he activated the Blood Secret Art, he could condense 3 Blood Sea avatars in an instant. All of them possessed terrifying battle power comparable to a 6th Order Universe Supreme. Chapter 4609. 4th Level Universe Supreme. Pinnacle Combat Power. Comparable to a 6th Level Supreme. Yi Xian muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming. Now, I can finally fight a late-stage Supreme? He couldn't help but recall the scene when he first saw Xingbo. At that time, Yi Xian couldn't even fight a early-stage Supreme. They could only flee when they saw him from afar. How long had it been? He didn't expect himself to change so much. In the blink of an eye, he could already fight a late-stage supreme. After calming down, Yi Xian's eyes gleamed coldly. He began to recall the 11 ancient supreme that had rushed out from the left side of his path not long ago. At that time, on the left side of the road ahead of him, there was obviously more than just a high-level and supreme forbidden area. Adjacent to it, there should be a high-level and supreme star field controlled by the survivors of the primordial era. Because among the 11 ancient supreme beings, besides the space beasts, there were also several ancient survivors. At that time, the situation was urgent, and coupled with the distance, Yi Xian didn't see it clearly, so he didn't pay attention to it. Now that he thought about it, amongst the 11 powerful primordial ancient powers, there seemed to be 6 fierce beasts and 5 survivors. Among them, the ones that left the deepest impression on him were an 8th-level supreme being and an ancient supreme being at the peak of the 9th level. The 8th-level supreme being was the most powerful existence among the 6 space beasts. As for the 5 survivors of the primordial era, although they were one less than the ferocious beasts, there was still a peak level 9 primordial era existence. In terms of overall strength, the 5 survivors of the primordial era were actually slightly stronger than the 6 ferocious beasts of the stars. At that time, when these 11 powerful primordial era supreme beings rushed out and intercepted Yi Xian's path, Yi Xian was forced to turn 90 degrees to the right, so he angrily roared and expressed his stance. He said that if he didn't die today, he would definitely kill all 11 ancient supreme beings one by one in the future. Even now, when he thought about it, the anger in his heart didn't diminish at all. These bastards were too hateful. They came out halfway to fight against him. If he hadn't accidentally encountered the void giant tortoise, Yi Xian would have most likely died here. Because even when the void giant tortoise appeared and turned into a corpse lamp tattoo attached to the headless infant corpse on his left chest, it didn't react at all. This was clearly a sign that he had fallen into a deep sleep and would not be able to wake up in a short period of time. Every time Yi Xian thought about it, he regretted it immensely. This time, the 11 primordial experts had almost gotten him killed. Although this kind of killing and robbing was originally the mainstream of the starry sky, strictly speaking, what they did was not wrong. If Yi Xian was given such an opportunity, he would have made the same choice. But at the same time, now that the situation was reversed, they had the guts to kill and rob, so they should be mentally prepared to be killed. However, with Yi Xian's current cultivation strength, although he could kill a 7th-stage supreme being, he had a certain chance of suppressing an 8th-stage supreme being. Even if he encountered a 9th-stage supreme being of the great perfection of the desolate era, using the 9-colored sea of flames, the big-headed black stick and the meteor. In the case of the heavenly bow, if he gritted his teeth and made up his mind, he might still have a chance to kill. But that was only referring to one supreme being. If he were to face all 11 ancient supreme beings at the same time, he would still be no match for them. If these 11 supreme beings of the primordial era were all ferocious beasts from the same high-level forbidden area, then no matter how much Yi Xian hated them, he could only temporarily suppress the anger in his heart. After a period of time, when his cultivation was stronger, he would be able to unleash it. Revenge. But in fact, the situation was not so. Among these 11 ancient supreme beings, there were only 6 space beasts, and the other 5 were remnants of the desolate era. Even though they rushed out together and charged towards Yi Xian's path to intercept him, that was only because of the benefits that moved people's hearts. At that time, such an earth-shattering noise came from the void. Although the 11 powerful figures of the remote antiquity era appeared almost at the same time, they rushed out to investigate because they heard the noise from the 2 neighboring forbidden areas and the most powerful star regions. It just depended on the situation. They were not in the same group at all. In the primordial void, space beasts and remnants of the desolate era were mortal enemies. And these 2 high-level forbidden areas and the high-level star domain were adjacent to each other. Usually, low-level conflicts would not rest for a moment, and would erupt from time to time. And at the level of the supreme beings of the desolate era, because the comprehensive combat strength of the 2 sides was basically not too different, and because such a high-level existence was generally in closed-door training, trying to break through to the supreme level of the desolate era, so even if they were adjacent, they were at peace. This kind of situation was not difficult to understand. Therefore, Yi Xian was more than 90% sure that if he rushed into the high-level forbidden area with the 6 ancient supreme beings and started a revenge massacre, the 5 powerful remnants of the desolate era in the high-level star domain adjacent to it would not interfere. Instead, they would watch the fire burn across the river. After all, there was a supreme being of the desolate era, who was a half-step supreme being at the peak of the 9th stage. On the surface, they still had the ability to suppress Yi Xian. Therefore, they most likely expected that Yi Xian would not dare to come and rush to the high-level star domain adjacent to it. In fact, Yi Xian did not have such plans. It was not that this revenge was half over. He would not let go of those 5 ancient supreme beings of the desolate era no matter what. But he could completely put it aside for the next step to get rid of them. After all, he was in a hurry to refine a level 28 supreme being pellet. After all, he was already a 4th-order universe supremacy, and after 5 more minor breakthroughs, he would be able to consume a level 28 supreme being pellet. Therefore, this matter was of utmost importance. This matter could not be delayed any longer. However, before he refined them, he couldn't let go of these 6 primordial ancient star beasts. These were 6 supreme expert blood essences. Yi Xian already had 4 supreme expert blood essences. If he could obtain these 6 as well, then he would have a total of 6 supreme expert blood essences. 10 blood essences. After refining the level 28 supreme being pellet, Yi Xian only needed to deduce the perfect formula of the level 29 supreme being pellet in one go. After that, he could immediately continue refining the level 29 supreme being pellet. After doing this, his whole heart could be relieved, because at least he could ensure that his cultivation strength had reached the supreme being of the desolate era. If he wanted to ensure his survival in the upcoming desolate era, he would at least have to have the strength of a supreme being of the desolate era. Only with the strength of a supreme being of the desolate era would he have the confidence. Therefore, this time, when he turned back to carry out his revenge, Yi Xian only planned to kill these 6 supreme beings of the desolate era. As for the 5 ancient remnants, even if he killed them, their flesh and blood would be of no use. Anyway, he had already killed half of his enemies. For the time being, he could be considered to have vented his anger. He would leave them and kill them in the future. Chapter 46:10. Rainbow Zone Forbidden Land. It was a top-tier forbidden land, and the most powerful beings guarding it were all great beings from the primordial era. They were only second to the supreme forbidden lands guarded by primordial era supreme beings. In fact, even in the entire right half of the right bank of the Milky Way, Rainbow Zone Forbidden Land was considered an extremely powerful top-tier forbidden land. This was because there were 6 great beings from the primordial era guarding this forbidden land. And the most powerful one had the power of a level 8 great being from the primordial era. He was only 1 level away from becoming a complete level 9 great being from the primordial era, which was half a step away from becoming a supreme being. However, the entire Rainbow Zone Forbidden Land was shrouded in a deathly silence that made people feel extremely uneasy. A large number of space beasts that were hibernating in the ferocious beast stars didn't even dare to breathe. No one knew what had happened. They only knew that not long ago, there was an earth-shattering roar and explosion in the Hongmeng space outside the Rainbow Zone Forbidden Land. At that time, a large number of high-level ferocious beasts above universe night level in the Rainbow Zone Forbidden Land were all alarmed. They rushed to the edge of the Forbidden Land to see what had happened. After that, the news gradually spread as the Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and Universe Supreme Beings returned one after another. It was said that a great being from the primordial era, Violent Ape, was being chased by 2 even more powerful primordial era Supreme Beings. The 6 great beings guarding the Rainbow Zone Forbidden Land, together with the 5 great beings of the same level in the Supreme Star area next to it, made a total of 11 great beings from the primordial era. They joined forces and chased after the Violent Ape. No one felt that there was anything wrong with this. In the environment of the starry sky, killing and seizing treasures was a very common thing to begin with. It couldn't be more common. No one thought that there would be any accidents. No matter how powerful that Violent Ape was, how could he resist the pursuit of 11 great beings from the primordial era and 2 supreme beings from the primordial era? It was only a matter of time before he fell. However, what surprised everyone was that the 6 great beings from the primordial era in the Rainbow Zone Forbidden Land came back in a hurry not long after they left. It only took them a few days to return. All of them were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bow. It was as if their souls had been scared out of their wits. Once they entered the star nest, they did not appear again. But in the void, there were still traces of their invisible fear. It was this kind of strange invisible fear that scared the countless fierce beasts in the entire Rainbow Venerable Forbidden Land. In the past few days, the entire revered Rainbow Forbidden area was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly strange. Swish! It was also at this moment that an extremely sharp sound of space being torn apart resounded. An array of light shot over from the distant starry sky outside the Rainbow Exalt Forbidden area. This ray of light, after entering the Rainbow Sovereign Forbidden Land, immediately spread out its divine sense. A powerful aura unique to a 5th stage sovereign enveloped the entire Rainbow Sovereign star field. Retribution comes quickly. The 6 of you, get the hell out here now. In the blink of an eye, the light expanded sharply against the wind, turning into a 60 million feet star violent ape. As it roared, it immediately blasted toward a giant star in the distance to the right. This was the lair of one of the 6 primordial ancients in the exalted Rainbow Forbidden Land. Shio! Walala! The sound of air breaking rang out, and the violent ape instantly rushed into the atmosphere of the star nest. Its entire body instantly collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, enveloping a vast valley inside the star. Roar! Roar! Screech! Then, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were earth-shattering roars and howls. Then, from the shocking and boundless sea of blood, there were 3 huge figures that instantly rose from the ground. It was the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. One was a body of flesh and blood, which was the star violent ape. The other was a skeleton, without any flesh and blood, just a purple-gold skeleton, exuding an endless murderous aura, extremely ferocious. One was a body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a violent ape, its physical body was a cloud of black fog. Even its eyes were only 2 clouds of purple light, which looked extremely strange. In an instant, the 3 Blood Sea avatars were formed, and the cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies were all at the 5th level of the Desolate Era. Their true battle strength was even comparable to that of the Blood Sea avatars because of the support of the majestic chi and blood in their huge physical body. Comparable to the 6th stage ancients. Violent ape, you dare to trespass into the Rainbow Sovereign Forbidden Land alone? Do you want to die? Screech! Almost in the next moment, from the vast valley enveloped by the sea of blood, a light figure rushed into the sky. Its body was huge, at least 10 million feet, but it was impossible to see what kind of fierce beast it was. However, the cultivation aura emitted from the light figure was the same as that of the violent ape, reaching the 5th stage of the ancients. Unfortunately, the true combat strength of the violent ape was already comparable to that of a 6th stage ancient ape, and now it was 3 against 1. The existence in this light figure was destined to die here today. Boom! 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 Bang! Without paying attention to the other party at all, the 3 great Blood Sea avatars attacked at the same time, punching towards the center. After an earth-shattering explosion, a chilling explosion sounded, and the existence in the light figure did not even have the chance to make a sound, and directly exploded and died. Walala! Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, the 3 Blood Sea avatars collapsed at the same time, merging into the majestic sea of blood under their feet. Immediately after, the figure of a violent ape emerged from the sea of blood. It was only about 10 feet tall, but the cultivation aura emitted from its body was extremely terrifying. A faint sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the majestic sea of blood under their feet quickly shrank, turning into a faint blood light in the blink of an eye, shooting out of the violent ape's forehead and disappearing. And the majestic blood fog that had just spread out in the sea of blood, under the violent ape's first wave, instantly released a majestic invisible force. It enveloped a radius of tens of thousands of miles, sweeping everything over, and after taking it into its body, it was immediately sent into the Shinnong cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. After doing all this, the violent ape did not hesitate at all. With a flash of his body, he directly rushed hundreds of millions of miles away. That was the nearest Ancient's Almighty, and his cultivation was very weak, only at the second stage of the Ancient's Almighty. Boom! Rumble! A moment later, an earth-shattering explosion rang out from the ferocious beast star. The entire star had been blasted apart. Amidst the countless star fragments that splattered everywhere, there was a faint green aura of vitality that spread out. But soon, this light green chi and blood was directly absorbed into the violent ape's body with a wave of his hand, and then began the blood essence condensation. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in fact it happened in a flash. From the violent ape's domineering charge into the rainbow venerable forbidden land, to now, with a single punch, the second stage ancient ape exploded, and the majestic blood fog formed by the explosion of his body was taken away. Chapter 46:11. There were a total of 6 powerful figures in the forbidden grounds of the Rainbow Clan, but now, 2 of them had fallen in the blink of an eye. In a short period of time, Yi Xian could be said to have gained a lot. He originally only had 4 blood essences, but now he had 6. However, this was obviously not the end. He would not let go of any of the remaining 4 supreme beings of the primordial era and had to kill them all. All of this happened too quickly, so quickly that even the supreme beings of the primordial era couldn't react in time. However, at this moment, as Yi Xian charged towards the nest of the 3rd supreme being of the primordial era, the remaining 4 powerful existences in the rainbow revered forbidden area finally regained their senses. Of course, most importantly, they discovered that apart from this monstrous and heaven-defying violent starry sky ape, the legendary giant void tortoise did not accompany it. That's right. That's an existence that can easily kill an early-stage supreme being. That's an existence that has lived since the ancient desolate era. Why would it be interested in existences like us who have just ascended to the ancient desolate era? This was something they were confident about earlier. The only thing they weren't sure about was that they weren't sure if the void tortoise was related to the starry sky ferocious ape that was being pursued all along. Now it seemed that the 2 early-stage supreme beings were unlucky. When they were chasing the violent ape of stars, they accidentally encountered the terrifying giant tortoise. They were not the helpers that the violent ape of stars asked for. In that case, what was there to worry about? Although the violent ape of stars was heaven-defying and had the Shinnong cauldron, a primordial artifact of the era, it was extremely difficult to kill. This could be seen from the fact that the 2 powerful early-stage supreme beings had been chasing it for a long time, but they had not had a final result. Could be seen, but it was only difficult to kill. Even with the Blood Sea secret technique, it was impossible to kill the 4 powerful figures of the Desolation era in the forbidden grounds of the Rainbow Clan in a 3-against-4 situation. What's more, the violent ape of stars was now the public enemy of the right bank. He definitely did not dare to waste time here. After a fruitless battle, the only choice was to retreat with hatred. Thinking of this, the remaining 4 powerful figures of the Desolation era in the forbidden grounds of the Rainbow Clan immediately rushed out of their nests. Their roars resounded in the vast void, shaking the heavens and the earth. Violent ape, you have vented your anger. We were careless and you killed 2 powerful figures, but that's all. Leave quickly, or you'll make a mistake. Although you have the Blood Sea doppelganger, we still have 4 powerful figures of the same cultivation level. You have no chance. Now you are like a rat. Don't make a mistake. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Since he's seeking death, I'll just trap him here. As the voices of these divine senses spread out, earth-shattering roars and tyrannical howls instantly rang out. Within the 4 giant ferocious beast stars, 4 figures of light instantly rushed out of the star's atmosphere and shot towards Yi Xian at an extremely fast speed. You're really a toad yawning. What big words. Facing all this, Yi Xian sneered. His eyes were shining with a cold light. He said loudly, "Today, none of you 4 can escape." Who? Almost at the same instant, an imperceptible 9-colored light shot out from between the brows of the ferocious ape. As soon as it appeared, It split into two and charged towards the front and the left respectively. Its speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end, and even lightning couldn't reach it. The two light beams shot out, and on the way they expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into two towering and majestic nine-colored flames. They were spherical in shape, tens of millions of miles in diameter, and completely enveloped the two powerful figures of the Desolation Era who were shooting from two directions. There were indeed four powerful figures of the Desolation Era in the Rainbow Forbidden Area. If they were to gather together and fight together, even if Yi Xian used the Blood Sea secret technique and condensed 3 Blood Sea clones, it would be difficult for him to easily kill them one by one. Therefore, Yi Xian would never let them gather together. For others, this might only be a dream. It was impossible for them to do it, but for Yi Xian it was too simple. His 9-colored sea of flames was something that even the supreme master of the Desolation Era did not dare to touch. Any powerful figure of the Desolation Era who was enveloped by the spherical sea of flames would end up in incomparable misery. There was no chance of survival. With the two powerful figures of the Desolation Era trapped, the violent ape's figure flashed and directly rushed into the majestic sea of flames in front of him. The two powerful figures of the Desolation Era that he chose to seal were the two weakest of the 4 surviving great figures. One of them was a rank 1 great figure of the Desolation Era, while the other was a rank 3 great figure of the Desolation Era. Right now, the one trapped in the sea of flames in front of Yi Xian was in existence at the first level of the Supreme Expert. To deal with such a weak guy, he did not even need to condense the Blood Sea clones. After entering the Sea of Blood, he directly blasted his opponent into a cloud of blood mist with a single punch. After absorbing the majestic blood mist into his body, the vast sea of flames that was tens of millions of miles wide rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 9-colored ray of light and rushed into the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows, disappearing from sight. In the next moment, Yi Xian teleported and locked onto the aura of the Sea of Flames. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the edge of the Sea of Flames on the left. He raised his head and roared, plunging headfirst into the Sea of Flames. Screech, rumble, bang! Presumably sensing the arrival of a life-and-death crisis, just as the figure of the violent ape disappeared outside the Sea of Flames and entered the Sea of Flames, an incomparably mournful and tyrannical howl came from within. Immediately after, a loud rumbling sound was heard. This was the sound of the violent ape and the rank 3 great figure trapped in the Sea of Flames fighting. The current violent ape's true battle strength was comparable to a rank 6 great figure, and was at the peak of the middle stage of this realm. As for the existence trapped in the Sea of Flames, it was only at the peak of the early stage. This time, the violent ape still did not use the Blood Sea secret technique to condense a clone. With just a few simple punches, an earth-shattering explosion came from within the Sea of Flames. The body of the rank 3 great figure instantly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Before it could spread out, it was absorbed into the violent ape's body with a wave of its hand, and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron's space, where it began to condense blood essence. At this point, only 2 of the 6 great figures of the primordial era remained in the forbidden grounds of the rainbow, while the number of blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had increased to 8. Chapter 46:12. Damn it! I forgot that he still has the 9-colored sea of flames that can separate us. In the blink of an eye, 2 powerful beings were killed. Could it be that a great calamity is about to befall our honored forbidden land today? Impossible, I am an 8th order powerful being. Even you are only at the 7th order of this realm. Your cultivation is higher than his. How can the violent ape kill him? We must make him pay the price. Even if we can't kill him, we must severely injure him. Otherwise, this hatred will not be appeased. Roar! Screech! Following the roar, 2 balls of light shot out, each with a furious roar and a ruthless howl. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the left and right sides of the 9-colored Sea of Flames, surrounding it. In the blink of an eye, only the 2 of you are left. Don't you think what you said before is ridiculous? In the 9-colored Sea of Flames, Yi Xian's voice came out. In the next moment, the ball of flames spread out, turning into a majestic sea of flames, passing through the two balls of light. The rolling waves of flames rushed over, and in an instant, the two balls of light retreated in shock. The violent ape's actions were too domineering. It forcefully spread out the sea of flames in the void, forcing them to retreat. The figures that had originally gathered together were separated in the blink of an eye, because they did not dare to touch the nine-colored sea of flames. Only now did the existences in the two spheres of light finally realize how difficult it was to deal with this violent ape. He had the nine-colored sea of flames that even the supreme ancient desolation feared. He was practically unstoppable. After a great battle, once the sea of flames was brought out, no matter how strong the enemy was, it would be impossible to defeat him. Even if he was defeated, all he could do was to retreat in a hurry. This was too passive, and it made them feel unwilling. At the same time, they raised their heads and let out a furious roar, overflowing with hatred. Walala! Almost at the same time, an earth-shattering sound came. In the sea of flames that spread out, two figures rose from the ground. It was the skeleton body and the black fog body. In the blink of an eye, the three clones of the blood sea gathered. All of them were huge bodies of 60 million miles. Although the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies was only at the fifth order of the primordial supreme, their true battle strength was comparable to that of the sixth order of the primordial supreme. Roar! Screech! As soon as they appeared, the body of bones and the body of black fog clenched their fists at the same time and blasted toward the ball of light that was surrounded by the three blood sea clones. The Bao Yuan immediately flipped his hand and instantly took out the big-headed black stick. He swung it up high, and with a destructive aura, he ruthlessly smashed it toward the ball of light. Bao Yuan had used all his strength in this attack. He had even used the power of the big-headed black stick's own domain. The power of the stick was close to that of a rank 8 mighty figure. This is impossible. The existence inside the light had never tasted the big-headed black rod before, so it didn't know much about its power. At this moment, it suddenly felt the power of the big-headed black rod, and its expression suddenly changed. It let out a voice filled with unwillingness and endless fear. But it was fear. There was no suspense in what happened next. Bang! Almost in the next moment, a huge roar sounded from the void, and the ball of light exploded in an instant. Among the broken light spots in the sky, one could clearly see that a unicorn that was millions of meters long had been blown up into a cluster of bloody mist by the joint attack of the three blood sea clones. Then, the bloody mist spread out. Whoosh! Killing the enemy with one blow without warning was simply an instant kill. This kind of result caused Yixian's heart to relax, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Without any hesitation, the berserk ape immediately waved its hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from its body, enveloping an area of 10 million kilometers. The blood mist that had just spread out was swept up in an instant, turning into a majestic waterfall of qi and blood. It was like a long rainbow that pierced through the sky and nimbly entered Bao Yuan's body. It was sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, and directly began the blood essence condensation. Refining. At this point, 5 of the 6 primordial mighty figures in the Rainbow Forbidden Land had been killed, and the number of blood essences in Yixian's hands had reached 9. There's one last one. After waving his hand to collect all the majestic qi and blood that was formed by the explosion of the 7th Order mighty figure's body, Yixian turned his head and looked at the last ball of light that was forced to retreat in the other direction. Walala! Swish! Swish! Almost at the same time, the bodies of black fog in the 3 blood sea avatar skeletons crumbled and merged into the majestic sea of flames beneath their feet. In the blink of an eye, only the figure of Bao Yuan was left in the entire sea of flames. Immediately after, a weak sound of breaking through the air rang out, and the majestic sea of flames beneath his feet quickly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a weak 9-colored light, shooting out from between Bao Yuan's eyebrows and disappearing. Bao Yuan, what tricks are you playing now? Seeing his actions, the ball of light that was about to shoot forward suddenly stopped in the void. Within the ball of light, A voice filled with endless suspicion came out. Are you going to stop? That's right, I'm an 8th order mighty figure, only one step away from being a half-supreme being, even if you have 3 blood sea clones and that mighty figure, this big-headed black stick of extraordinary power. But it's still impossible for it to kill me. In fact, if the 7th grade almighty you just killed hadn't underestimated you and underestimated the power of the big-headed black stick in your hand, even if your 3 blood sea avatars joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to kill you. It's just wishful thinking to think that you can kill him so easily. Forget it. Bao Yuan. It's time for your anger to be quenched. You've already killed 5 of the 6 great beings of the primordial era in the forbidden grounds of Rainbow, and we've paid a heavy price. Can everything end here? Otherwise, even if you continue to fight, you won't be able to achieve anything. On the contrary, the longer the time drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for you. Soon, there will be other primordial mighty figures from the Forbidden Land, and even primordial sovereigns. Come, Bao Yuan, you should stop while you're ahead. This was truly a great temptation. Even Yi Xian was a little tempted when he heard it. But Zhang Du had already fought to this extent. At the last moment, it was absolutely impossible to ask him to stop. So what if you're a 8th order mighty figure? Even if I don't use the blood sea clones, I can still kill you easily. Buzz! A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the voice of Bao Yuan's divine sense came out. At the same time, he slowly raised his left arm, and a ferocious energy Bao quickly condensed. The shape was very simple and mysterious. The body of the Bao was made up of 3 parts. In the middle was a 2-headed monster. Its wide-open mouth was facing up and down. The upper and lower parts of the body of the Bao were 2 bowed humanoid creatures. The 2-headed monster's wide mouth swallowed the 2 humanoid creatures' feet and a part of their calves. Its mouth was where the bowstring was. Its hands were around its mouth, as if it was howling, and its expression was inexplicably strange. Chapter 46:13. At this moment, what Bao Yuan was using was Yi Xian's most powerful ability, the Fallen Sky Bao. When the golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring, following Yi Xian's thought, a strange golden light burst out from the violent ape's eyes. He extended his right hand and directly grabbed onto the bowstring of the giant energy Bao in his left hand, holding onto the energy arrow. Slowly, he slowly pulled the bowstring. Wang! In an instant, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and the surrounding space seemed to ripple with an invisible wave. It was as if this arrow was only in its bowstring state, but the aura it emitted was already enough to cause the space to tremble. Powerful. It was incomparable. Whoosh! The buzzing sound only lasted for half a breath before Bao Yuan suddenly released his right hand that was holding the energy bowstring. Accompanied by an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air, a golden stream of light shot out at an extremely fast speed that even the primordial great beings couldn't react to. Just a single energy arrow had drained all the energy in Bao Yuan's body. It was the same when he killed the rank 9 supreme being, the purple-armored heavenly beetle. Even a rank 9 supreme being could be killed with a single arrow, so what was a rank 8 existence in this realm? Yi Xian knew very well that even if he used the Blood Sea secret technique, condensed 3 Blood Sea clones, and even activated the 9-colored Flame Sea and the big-headed black stick, it would be very difficult to kill this rank 8 supreme being in a short period of time. The reason why he had used his most powerful ability, the Fallen Sky Bao, at all costs, was to kill this last rank 8 supreme being in a single blow. Then, he would be able to escape and leave this place. Bang! As the golden arrow shot out, an earth-shattering explosion rang out almost at the same time. There was no suspense in what happened next. In the blink of an eye, as the golden arrow entered his body, the entire ball of light instantly collapsed, completely exploding into countless specks of light and dissipating. At the same time, a purple mist of blood spread out, enveloping a large area of the void in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! At this moment, Bao Yuan also waved his hand at the first moment. An incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of millions of miles. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into his body. He sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space within the cauldron. Just like that, he started the blood essence condensation. At this point, the 6 primordial Grand Elders in the Forbidden Land of the Rainbow had all died at the hands of Yi Xian without exception. After this battle, not only had Yi Xian accumulated 10 Grand Elders' blood essences, he had even accumulated the previous breakthrough. Everything he had obtained had been completely integrated into his divine soul and physical body. And because of this, it ushered in another opportunity for a breakthrough. Although the battle didn't last long, it caused quite a commotion. It's impossible that the neighboring top-notch strongest star field didn't notice anything. After ending the battle, Yi Xian shrank his body to about 10 feet tall. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of flesh and blood divine medicine and all kinds of top-notch treasures were swallowed into his stomach, quickly recovering the energy deficit. At the same time, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the neighboring top-notch strongest star field. He murmured softly, "It seems that the 5 primordial Grand Elders were just as I had guessed before. They didn't intend to interfere in this matter. But now, with the 6 primordial Grand Elders in this forbidden land of the rainbow have all been killed, their hearts are most likely in their throats. I'm afraid that any sensitive action will cause them to retaliate. This matter is not urgent. There will be a day for revenge in the future, but for now, let's leave this place first and refine the 28th level Grand Elder's pill first." Speaking of this, Yi Xian withdrew his gaze and rushed to the nests of the 6 primordial Grand Elders that had just been killed one after another. After a thorough search, he immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability of the system in his body. Xiao! An extremely faint sound of breaking air rang out. Almost in the next moment, the figure of the violent ape, which was only about 10 feet tall, completely disappeared. Until this time, the entire forbidden land of the rainbow was still deathly silent. The beasts of the forbidden land that were hibernating in the various star fields were all hiding in their nests, trembling and not daring to come out. The forbidden land of the rainbow was a top-notch forbidden land. In the right half of the right bank of the Milky Way, it was considered a fierce and well-known place. Usually, no existence dared to behave atrociously here. But today, only one ferocious ape had arrived, and in the short time it took to eat a meal, it had killed all 6 of the remote antiquity powerhouses in the Rainbow Forbidden Ground. Such a result, such a cruel and violent, they simply didn't dare to imagine. All the beasts of the Forbidden Land were scared out of their wits. At the same time, in the top-notch strongest star field that was only about 10 billion miles away from the Forbidden Land of the Rainbow, the situation was basically the same. The entire vast star field was deathly silent, and all the remnants of the primordial Grand Elders were trembling. They didn't even dare to breathe after a while, after confirming that there was no other movement in the Forbidden Land of Honored Rainbow not far away. The 5 powerful desolate dwellers finally let out sighs of relief one after another in the star nest where they were hiding. Xiao! A faint sound of breaking air rang out, and a ray of light appeared very abruptly in the void. There was no sign beforehand, and when it appeared, it was completely traceless. The ray of light expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a star-violent ape that was about 10 feet tall. It was Yi Xian. This time, the interstellar coordinate transmission point that he had locked on was still near the nests of the nests where his strongest clone was born. After the transmission was completed, Yi Xian immediately spread out his divine sense and swept around. After confirming that there was no abnormality in the nests of the nests in the distance where his strongest clone was born, Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief. He turned around and shot toward the giant abandoned star in the distance. After arriving at the destination, the violent ape didn't hesitate at all and directly entered the core of the abandoned star. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the huge core space that was opened up when he was in seclusion. After calming down, Yi Xian fell into deep thought. His eyes flashed from time to time, and there was a soft murmur in his mouth. This time the harvest is huge. Even the refining materials of the 29th level primordial pill have been gathered, unfortunately. However, the perfect pill formula of the 28th level primordial pill has not been successfully deduced yet. But in any case, the refining of the 27th level primordial pill can't be delayed any longer. It must be started immediately. Speaking of this, his eyes flashed. Yi Xian made a decision in an instant. He didn't want to delay any longer. Taking advantage of the current situation, he would first refine the 28th level primordial pill that would be used to officially break through to the primordial Grand Elder realm in the future. Chapter 46:14. A level 28 treasure pill was also known as a supreme treasure pill. Once swallowed, a level 9 universe supreme being would be able to break through the bottleneck and become a real primordial supreme being in a short period of time. Currently, Yi Xian's own cultivation strength had already reached the 4th level of the universe supreme realm. In other words, after another 5 small breakthroughs, he would be able to swallow a level 28 supreme being's treasure pill and become a true ancient supreme being. Yes. Hence, this pill couldn't be delayed any longer. It had to be refined as soon as possible. However, it was still unknown how many supreme treasure pills would be produced in this furnace. These 17 supreme blood essences would be the basic ingredients for Yi Xian's refinement of the level 28 treasure pill, along with a large number of other top-grade treasures and treasured bodies of primordial beings. Besides these 2 basic ingredients, Yi Xian would also add in some all-evil origin liquid and top-grade resources found in the Hongmeng Void. After everything was ready, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out all the resources and top-grade treasures required for the formula. Then, he closed his eyes. At the same time, in the internal space of the Shenong Cauldron, in the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano. Shio, 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 shio. Along with the sound of the air breaking, various colored lights shot out from the mouth of the cauldron above the central domain volcano and appeared directly above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. Suddenly, they stopped. They were all the top-grade materials and cultivation resources that Yi Xian had prepared for the level 28 treasure pill. Whoosh! Soon, a sound like the howling of the wind was heard. Almost in the next instant, a majestic Shenong 9-colored flame held up from the pool of flames at the bottom of the central region volcano below these top-grade resources. Amidst the howling wind, the 9-colored flame sea condensed into a 9-colored cauldron with a radius of 3 meters. It was small and quaint, exuding an extraordinary aura. With the formation of this small cauldron, the blood essences of ferocious beasts and other materials that had been prepared earlier all flew up automatically. They entered the small cauldron with a radius of 3 meters. The refinement of the level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill officially began. Just one level 28 Supreme Being pill was enough to make a 9th Order Universe Supreme Being become a Supreme Being of the Primordial Era in an instant. Just based on this point, its importance and preciousness could be imagined. Moreover, this was Yi Xian's first time refining a level 28 Almighty Pill, and the raw materials he used were all supreme blood essences. Every single one of them represented a powerful supreme being of the universe, and they were too precious. He didn't dare to let his guard down in the slightest as he wholeheartedly controlled them. Controlling everything with a thought, one alchemy technique after another appeared in Yi Xian's hands. The speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they turned into extremely obscure and mysterious runes and entered the 9-colored cauldron at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. Unknowingly, a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Hong. Right at this moment, a huge roar was heard above the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano in the cauldron. The cauldron formed by the pure Shenong 9-colored flames dissipated instantly, and the 9-colored flames rushed back to the flame pool below like a river. What remained above the flame pool were 16 round beads the size of an infant's fist. These 16 round beads were all golden purple in color, and there was a dense 9-colored mist on their surface. There was also a dreamy halo around them, and they gave off an ancient and heavy aura. It was a level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill. Just one pill was enough for a 9th level Pinnacle Universe Supreme to break through to level 28 of the remote antiquity realm in a short time. It was a Supreme Being Treasure Pill. There are 16 of them? After finishing the refinement, Yi Xian opened his eyes. When he saw the 16 supreme pellets floating in the air in front of him that emitted a dense aura of almighty beings, his face froze for a moment before he sucked in a breath of cold air. As he muttered to himself, his eyes shone with a blazing light of excitement. Under normal circumstances, there should be about 13 level 28 Supreme Blood Essence pills in the cauldron from the cauldron. The reason why there were 3 extra blood essences was because there were 2 supreme-grade blood essences among the 17. However, that was no longer important. To Yi Xian, the most important thing was that this cauldron of level 28 supreme being pills was not only successfully refined, but the number of pills that came out of the cauldron had also exceeded his expectations. This was simply an unexpected surprise. There were 16 pills, and besides the one that he had consumed, there were still 15 pills left. In the future, there would be 15 powerful primordial beings among Yi Xian's subordinates. Primordial beings were usually overseen in top-level forbidden areas, but in fact, most top-level forbidden areas only had 3 or 4 primordial beings at most. For example, the honored Rainbow Forbidden Area that Yi Xian had just wreaked havoc in had 6 powerful primordial beings overseeing it. Therefore, even in the right half of the Milky Way's right bank, it was definitely one of the top forbidden areas and most powerful star regions because of this. In fact, even in a top-level forbidden area overseen by Supreme Primordial Being, it was impossible for there to be 15 primordial beings. At most, there would be less than 10 primordial beings. As such, if Yi Xian consumed all of the level 28 supreme pills in his possession, the combined strength of him and his subordinates would far surpass that of a top-level forbidden area, even if it was a top-level forbidden area overseen by Supreme Primordial Being. A forbidden area would probably be able to compete with a top-level forbidden area. However, all of this was still too far away for the current Yi Xian. He still had a long way to go. Other than the fact that his own cultivation still needed to be improved, the cultivation of his subordinates was even more important. Counting the time other than the Origin Nest base camp, the other subordinate armies left behind in the other starfields have not been seen for a long time. I wonder how the Azure Ox and the others are doing now. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he instantly thought of the nomadic army that he had left behind outside the primordial void. It had been more than 10 years since he had parted ways with the Azure Ox. That old fellow's cultivation base should have already reached the late stage of the Immortal Emperor realm. Although this kind of improvement speed was not bad compared to Yi Xian, it was still too far away. Including the army of space beasts and ancient survivors, he had left in the forbidden land of Rising Sun to guard the star whirlpool at the entrance to Hongmeng Void. Originally, there were only 3 emperors in that army, but now there should be emperors in that army as well. Chapter 46:15. The 28 supreme pills had finally been refined, and Yi Xian's heart was greatly relieved. After adjusting his state of mind and casting aside all the distracting thoughts that had suddenly surged out, he quickly entered the space inside the farmer god cauldron through the mouth of the cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored mist. He hovered above the volcano in the central region and sat down cross-legged. The successive battles before leaving the Rainbow Clan's forbidden grounds had allowed him to completely integrate the gains from his previous breakthrough into his divine soul and physical body. Now, the opportunity for another breakthrough had arrived. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he waved his hand, a series of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out, and in an instant, fine rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. These were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough, including the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and so on. After doing all this, Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the farmer god cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources into the size of a nascent soul fist, and then swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Walala. Soon, when the energy ball that had been compressed into the size of a nascent soul fist entered his mouth, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Yi Xian's body. All the resources that were swallowed into his mouth instantly melted, and in the blink of an eye, a majestic river of energy appeared in his body. Obviously, the shackles that appeared in his body this time were still the same as before, and there was only one. This was expected, and Yi Xian did not pay attention to it. After adjusting his state of mind, Yi Xian immediately focused his mind and activated the river of energy that had just formed in his body. He continued to circulate it in all the meridians in his body, and began to circulate it again and again. In the previous battle, Yi Xian had consecutively killed 6 powerful ancients, and it could be said that the battle had been fought incisively and vividly. Because of the powerful divine ability of the fallen sky bow, the energy in his body was almost completely drained. Therefore, this breakthrough wasn't obstructed in the slightest. In just a single day, The large river of energy that had formed in Yi Xian's body had been completely destroyed. Bottom refinement. When this great river of energy completely disappeared after each cycle and merged with Yi Xian's soul and body, he only needed to attack once to break the shackles that had appeared this time. The anticipated system notification soon sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current level, 5th level Universe Supreme. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have achieved a breakthrough in your physical body's Qi and blood realm. Current level, 5th level Universe Supreme. 5th order Venerable, just one step away from stepping into the peak mid-level Venerable realm. During the previous breakthrough, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation level had reached 4th order Universe Supremacy. After activating the ancient Devil Ape's bloodline power in his body, he could advance to the 5th order Venerable realm in an instant. If he were to use the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and reach the 9th transformation, his battle prowess would immediately rise to the level of a 5th order Desolate Era mighty figure. But in truth, if one were to take into account the increase in his cultivation level due to the majestic blood essence in his body, his actual battle prowess would be comparable to a 6th order Desolate Era mighty figure. But now, after his successful breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly possess the strength of a 6th order Universe Supremacy after activating the ancient Devil Ape's bloodline power in his body. If he were to use the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and enter the 9th transformation, his peak battle prowess would be comparable to a 6th order Desolate Era mighty figure. If one were to take into account the majestic blood essence in his body that was 60 million miles in size, his actual battle prowess would increase by 1 level. Finally, the strongest battle prowess he could display now was comparable to a 7th order Desolate Era mighty figure, which was equivalent to a late-stage Desolate Era mighty figure. He still had the Blood Sea Secret Technique. Once he activated the Blood Sea Secret Technique, he could condense 3 Blood Sea avatars in an instant. Each of them possessed terrifying battle prowess comparable to a 7th order Desolate Era mighty figure. In a 3 versus 1 situation, killing a 7th order Desolate Era mighty figure would be a piece of cake. Even an 8th order Desolate Era mighty figure could be killed easily by using the big-headed black stick and the Shenong 9-colored flame. There was no need for him to rely on the Fallen Sky Bow like before. At this point, he needed to use the Fallen Sky Bow to kill an existence that was at least a 9th order Universe Supremacy, which was equivalent to a half-step supremacy. However, with Yi Xian's current strength, he still wouldn't be able to touch a true Primordial Supreme. Even if he used the Fallen Sky Bow, it was still impossible. After all, the Primordial Supreme was the strongest existence below the Heavenly Tao realm. His means were heaven-defying, and the Desolate Era's mighty figures couldn't be compared to him. I'm already a 5th order Universe Supremacy. For more breakthroughs, and I'll be qualified to consume a level 28 Universe Supremacy's treasure pill. At that time, my cultivation will officially enter the Universe Supremacy realm. A sharp light flickered in Yi Xian's eyes, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. In an instant, he was filled with lofty aspirations. If I officially enter the Primordial Era, and use the 9 transformations of the demonic ape's bloodline to the 9th transformation, my peak battle prowess will reach the Primordial Era, 2nd order Venerable. If that's the case, there won't be anyone on the right bank of the Milky Way that can make me fear them. At most, I'll use the Fallen Sky Bow to fight with my life. At that time, I'll be able to swagger around without fear. However, since I have nothing else to do now, I can use this opportunity to deduce the perfect level 29 Supremacy Treasure Pills pill formula in one go. If that's the case, I can guarantee that my cultivation will officially enter the Primordial Era's realm in the future. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. In an instant, he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape's bloodline ability to the 9th transformation. At the same time, he also used the Blood Sea Secret Technique. Therefore, his figure that was sitting cross-legged at the farmer god cauldron's mouth didn't change. He was still 10 zhang tall, but his cultivation had reached the 6th order Primordial Era's realm. After adjusting his state of mind, Yi Fengliang quickly retracted his thoughts. The Union's devouring system pushed the system's calculation ability to the limit. A sixth-order primordial era's divine sense was extremely terrifying. With such a terrifying divine sense as support, Yi Fengliang believed that the deduction wouldn't take too long. Previously, Yi Xian had used more than 5 months to deduce the perfect level 28 Supremacy Treasure Pills pill formula. But this time, Yi Xian's current cultivation had reached the sixth-order primordial era's realm, and his divine sense was much stronger than before. Another reason was because he had already instructed the devouring system to deduce the perfect level 29 Supremacy Treasure Pills pill formula at full speed, and it was already in its embryonic form. In the end, it only took him slightly more than 6 months to deduce the perfect level 29 Supremacy Treasure Pills pill formula. 6 months later, Yi Xian opened his eyes, and there was a glimmer of excitement in them. Who? Chapter 46:16. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In this half a year, Yi Xian's harvest could be said to be extremely great. Not only did his cultivation break through another level, but he had officially stepped into the fifth-order sovereign realm. His peak battle strength was comparable to a seventh-order sovereign realm expert. Furthermore, he had also refined 16 28th level supreme elixir pills. Even the perfect pill formula for the level 29 supreme treasure pill had been successfully deduced. This caused Yi Xian's shoulders to relax in an instant. This was because he already had 10 almighty blood essences in his possession. If he really needed them, these 10 would be enough for him to start refining the pill. In this way, he could guarantee that his cultivation strength would officially enter the primordial venerable realm. With this kind of powerful strength, even if the desolate era descended, Yi Xian would not be afraid. Of course, although the perfect pill formula for the level 29 Supreme Treasure Pill had been deduced, and Yi Xian already had 10 Supreme Treasure Pills in his hands, since it was not time to use them, he would not easily start refining. After all, if he collected one more Supreme Treasure Pill and refined it, he would have one more Supreme Treasure Pill. This was a Supreme Treasure Pill. One represented a powerful primordial venerable realm expert, and he could not afford to underestimate it. After completing all this, Yi Xian's heart suddenly relaxed, and he immediately thought of the 5 supreme venerables that had not been dealt with yet. He had always adhered to the principle that if there was a grudge, he would take revenge on the day and never wait a night. This time, because of special reasons, he had only taken half of the revenge and left after venting a little of the anger in his heart. But now that the matter was settled, it was not Yi Xian's style to drag it out. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he got up in an instant. After walking out of the Shinong furnace, he directly waved his hand and stored the furnace into his undying world. At this time, just as Yi Xian was about to leave the core of this abandoned star, a familiar throbbing came from his body. It was the movement of the Yanluo. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and with a wave of his hand, he directly summoned the Yanluo. Whoosh, with a faint sound of breaking through the air, the Bao Luo whistled out, and with the wind, it expanded. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pink silk cloth hundreds of feet in size, slowly rising and falling in the void in front of Yi Xian, exuding an extremely powerful and mysterious aura. Almost at the instant the Bao Luo was summoned, Corpse Ancestor's voice, filled with joy, "Master, the sister's seclusion is over. They are all half-step supreme venerables." Yi Xian stood up in shock. He was stunned for a moment before an expression of incomparable ecstasy appeared on his face. Half-step supreme was equivalent to a 9th-tier complete universe master. Just one more step and he would be able to step into the true universe supreme level. After reaching the level of supreme venerables, the 7 girls only needed to increase their cultivation by one more realm, and their strength would return to the pinnacle of their previous lives, which was the Desolation Supreme Venerables. Based on the speed and momentum of development, the Desolation Supreme Venerables was clearly far from their final goal after their rebirth. If there were no accidents, the 7 girls' own cultivation strength would break through to the Desolation Supreme Venerables in the future. The 7 beauties in the Yanluo were Corpse Ancestor Han Ba, Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing, Desolation Electra Lady, Mysterious Lady of the 9 Heavens, 9-tailed Celestial Fox, Celestial Phoenix Maiden, and Fairy Zixia. In the distant era of the Desolation Supreme Venerables, they were known as the 7 beauties of the Desolation Supreme Venerables and were famous for a time. Later on, the War of the Desolation Supreme Venerables broke out, and the 7 beauties all died, but each of them had a trace of consciousness origin sealed in the Yanluo. After countless years, this treasure was obtained by Yi Xian. During this period of time, they experienced all sorts of dangers. Until now, the 7 great beauties of the primordial era, who were once famous in the primordial era, had finally all stepped into the half-step venerable realm after reuniting. Now, they were less than 2 realms away from the pinnacle of their previous lives. With the amount of top-notch cultivation resources provided by Yi Xian, and the speed of their recovery perhaps, they would be able to complete this distance in just 2 hibernation sessions. At the thought of this, Yi Xian suddenly became excited, and his chest rose and fell. Xiao! 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 Just as he was excited, a faint sound of the air breaking was heard one after another. From the Yanluo, which was fluttering in the wind, 7 figures rushed out and lined up in the space in front of Yi Xian. They were the 7 beauties who were sleeping in the Yanluo, including the corpse ancestor, Ho Qing. The 7 famous beauties of the Desolation Supreme Venerables, no matter which one, were all existences with top-notch appearances and figures, and their temperaments were all different. Although he had met them many times, Yi Xian still could not control himself, and his heart beat faster. Greetings, Master. After their figures suddenly appeared, the 7 beautiful beauties of the Desolation Supreme Venerables bowed to Yi Xian at the same time with a smile, and softly called out, Master. Immediately after, they discovered Yi Xian's current cultivation strength. As a result, one soft cry after another sounded out like a tide. After a while, the 7 girls did not forget what had happened after they woke up from their slumber. Soon, the smiles on their faces disappeared, and their expressions became solemn. They asked Yi Xian, Master, what happened after that? Yes, that Xing Bo you mentioned. At the mention of this matter, Yi Xian's expression turned solemn. He did not hide anything and immediately told the 7 girls everything that had happened in the Mosquito Forbidden Ground. Upon hearing that Xing Bo had an extraordinary relationship with the primeval Heaven's Eye, and that his cultivation strength was suspected to have reached the heavenly Tao realm, the 7 girls immediately fell silent. They bit their lips slightly, and their faces were filled with resentment and indignation. Clearly, Xing Bo's terrifying heavenly Tao realm cultivation had frightened them. After all, the 7 girls were only at the late stage of the Desolation Supreme Venerables when they were at their peak in their previous lives. And now, Xing Bo, who had lived from the Desolation Supreme Venerables to the present, had successfully entered the Milky Way star domain where the mother planet was located, ahead of everyone else. There was bound to be greater opportunities inside, and it might even allow Xing Bo's cultivation strength to improve. Further, from the looks of it, even if the 7 girls were to live a second life, they would probably not be able to take revenge for what happened back then. Chapter 46:17. As he spoke, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out a large number of 9-colored divine herbs from the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the Shinnong cauldron. Just like before, it was divided into 7 portions. Each portion was tens of thousands of cubic meters. As a result, the batch of 9-colored divine medicines that Yi Xian had refined earlier was instantly reduced by half. It was as big as a mountain, and this was the 3/5. In fact, during this period of time, Yi Xian had used about a 1/5 of the 9-colored divine herbs to break through his cultivation. Therefore, only a 1/5 of the batch of 9-colored divine herbs that he had refined back then remained. From the looks of it, it would not be long before he refined another cauldron of 9-colored divine herbs. Apart from preparing for the 7 girls, Yi Xian also needed them himself. In addition, he had already decided to head to the Phoenix Bloodstar region and the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. There were still 2 groups of subordinates there, including the Azure Ox. An army. It had been more than a decade since they parted. For this trip, apart from the various treasured pills that Yi Xian had gifted, the 9-colored divine herbs were clearly indispensable. Phew! Swish! 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 At that moment, as he waved his hand, a faint sonic boom sounded. 7 beams of light shot out and landed in the void beside him before coming to an abrupt stop. They were 7 9-colored divine herbs that were tens of thousands of cubic meters in size. Thank you, Master. Master, don't worry. We will not give up. Just as you said, we will definitely seek vengeance in this life. Even if he is a supreme existence that surpasses the heavenly Tao realm. Yi Xian's words clearly moved the 7 girls. Tears welled up in their eyes, but they had a resolute look on their faces. They resisted the urge to cry. With a wave of their hands, they instantly collected the 9 colored divine herbs that Yi Xian had provided, as well as a vast amount of other top-grade treasures. They put away all the cultivation resources they had. It's rare for us to come out. Furthermore, all of you have been in a bad mood during this period of time. You can't hold back your cultivation. Otherwise, it will affect your mental state. Seeing the 7 girls pull themselves together again, Yi Xian nodded. He paused midway before continuing. Why don't we stay outside for a few more days? Treat it as a distraction. Wow, that's great. That was our intention from the start. But now that the great enemy has yet to be eliminated and the pressure on our master is so great, we really shouldn't relax too much. That's why we didn't dare to mention it before. Master is still the best. You're like a roundworm in our stomachs. You actually guessed my thoughts. Master, you're so bad. When they heard that Yi Xian had taken the initiative to ask them to stay outside for a few more days, the 7 girls were pleasantly surprised. The serious expressions on their faces were instantly replaced by playful smiles. As they spoke, the 9-tailed celestial fox and a few of the more seductive girls were half-joking. She began to tease Yi Xian, causing black lines to appear on his forehead. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian flipped his hand, and a palm-sized purple-gold Luan carriage appeared in his palm. It was the demon dragon carriage. Previously, his plan was to directly rush to the top most powerful star field in the form of a violent ape, kill the 5 powerful people who had tried to stop him, and then leave. But now, Yi Xian changed his mind. The masters of the ancient people were different from the ferocious star beasts. After the ferocious star beasts were killed, the majestic qi and blood from their bodies could be used to refine the blood essence of the ferocious star beasts. But the masters of the ancient people had no use for this. And these 5 old guys were actually tempted by the benefits and almost killed Yi Xian. If he just killed them, he was really unwilling. He had to get some benefits. Compared with the ferocious star beasts, the ancient people had the advantage of the secret alchemy methods passed down in their tribes, as well as various other resources. Yi Xian would not let go of these 2. This time, when he went to the top most powerful forbidden area, in addition to killing the 5 old guys, he also had to take all the treasures and resources in their hands, as well as the secret alchemy methods in their hands. Perhaps because of this, Yi Xian would be able to refine a supreme divine medicine that surpassed the 9-colored divine medicine and had an even better effect. Whoosh! After making the decision, Yi Xian lowered his head and looked at the demonic dragon's imperial chariot in his hand, then waved his hand directly. Accompanied by a sharp sound, the demonic dragon's imperial chariot in his palm instantly turned into a black and purple light, shooting forward. In the blink of an eye, it turned into 1,000 feet long Luan imperial chariot. The entire Luan imperial chariot was purple gold, with a metallic luster. Every inch of it had a purple gold halo rising, like a dense fog. The Luan imperial chariot was surrounded by carved dragons and phoenixes, full of mysterious runes, exuding a very simple aura. As for space, there was an area with a radius of 1,000 feet outside the carriage. It was divided into 2 parts, front and back. The back half had a dome like a secret room. Space technology was used inside, and there was a universe inside. The space was enormous. The front half had no dome and 4 walls, but it was shrouded by a layer of purple gold mist. After stepping into the chariot, one could choose to sit in the front half to enjoy the scenery. However, even in the front half there were many modes. When necessary, one could adjust to the visible mode. The mist instantly became translucent, as if it was separated by a layer of mist. A layer of purple gauze covered the mist. One could also make the curtain-like purple mist thicken in an instant. Everything inside could not be seen. However, this was only the Luan imperial chariot. Outside the chariot, there were other extensions. The so-called extensions were 7,000 feet long black demonic dragons. One was circling behind the chariot, and there was another one on the left and right sides. In front of the chariot, there were 6 black dragons pulling the chariot. There were a total of 9 such black dragons. All of them were real and not energy shadows. Moreover, the aura emitted from these 9 black dragons was at the Desolation Era's almighty figure level. If necessary, with a thought, Yi Xian could control any few of the devil dragons to charge into the distance and kill them. Of course, with Yi Xian's previous cultivation level, the combat power he could display when controlling the 9 demonic dragons refined from the demonic bodies of the 9 black dragons was not at the Desolation Era's almighty figure level. Previously, they only had the aura of a Desolation Era's almighty figure level. However, their actual combat power was limited by Yi Xian's own cultivation level. Previously, he was only at the 9th stage of the Universe Master level. To put it bluntly, they were actually paper tigers. They could be used to scare people and keep up appearances, but in a real life and death battle, they would be exposed in an instant. However, that was only in the past. Now, it was obviously not the same situation. Currently, Yi Xian had activated the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Even if his body was only around 3 meters tall, he would still be able to reach the first level of enhancement from the boundless blood and qi in his enormous body, even if his cultivation base was only around 60 million kilometers long. He could reach the Desolation Era's almighty figure level 6. Chapter 46:18. Whoosh! A streak of purple-gold light shot out from the core of the star and reached the primordial chaos hundreds of millions of miles away in the blink of an eye. This streak of purple-gold light was the demonic dragon chariot. Yi Xian had regained his original appearance, but he did not withdraw from the demonic ape bloodline. Even the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline ability remained at the 9th transformation. The reason he could still maintain his original human appearance in this state was because of the Blood Sea Secret technique. The Blood Sea Secret technique allowed him to change the size of his body as he wished. He could be as large as 60 million miles or as small as a drop of blood. It was naturally easy for him to restore his original human appearance. This was the uniqueness of the Blood Sea Secret technique. When using the Blood Sea Secret technique, no matter how he changed his appearance, it would not affect his cultivation strength. Regardless of the realm he was at before using it, he would still be at the same cultivation strength after using it. However, because his body was no longer 60 million kilometers in size, the boundless vital energy and blood within his enormous body naturally didn't provide a boost to his cultivation base. Therefore, the cultivation strength that Yi Xian exuded now was that of a 6th-step primordial expert. For a 6th-order expert to control a desolate supreme treasure like the demonic dragon, his speed was unimaginably fast. Although he couldn't compare to a real desolate supreme, he was already comparable to a peak 9th-order expert who was half a step away from the desolate era. After all, apart from Yi Xian's own strength controlling the demonic dragon chariot, there were also the 9 primordial experts pulling the chariot. With Yi Xian's current cultivation strength as a 6th-step primordial expert, both the demonic dragon chariot and the 9 primordial black dragons could expand to 10 million feet in size if he wanted to. However, that would be too ostentatious. Although Yi Xian had summoned the demonic dragon chariot to show off, in his opinion, the highest level of ostentatiousness was to show off while at the same time making others feel that he was too low-key. Therefore, the demonic dragon chariot and the 9 primordial black dragons were only 1,000 feet in size. After entering the primordial chaos, they shot toward the right half of the Milky Way's right bank like a bolt of purple-gold lightning. In the front courtyard of the demonic dragon chariot, Yi Xian, Ancestor Corpse, Hanba, and the old elephant fox marten were there as well. Now, apart from the 7 beauties, Yi Xian's only subordinates were the elephant fox marten and Ing Tai, who had followed him out of the Source Nest Star last time. Oh, there was also the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal in the Rai Di seal. The green ox, Yu Linglong, the dragon centipede, the Gong Jun, the ferocious beast army led by the black wind tiger and the howling moon mastiff, the Sangji immigrant tribe, the captive army led by the 3-clawed flood dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the others were still in the primordial chaos void. Of the primordial chaos, the ferocious beast army of the forbidden land of rising sun that Yi Xian had subdued, as well as the remnant experts of the powerful Shenhuang tribe that he had abducted, were currently in the forbidden land of Rising Sun outside the entrance to the Hongmeng Void. Old Pig Spirit, the 8 great guardian deities, Flying Centipede, Old Monster In Ji, Gui Hai Dao, Song Qingyu, Mount Naibua, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Zhuofengtai, and the rest of the demon army. There was also an army of 10 million ferocious beasts in the primordial chaos, along with the wild dragon ship and the giant life fortress. The Mosquito Prince, Shui Ben, had been possessed by his ancestor, and his current whereabouts were unknown. The reborn Shi Wanjin had also left. No one knew where he was in the Grand Mist Void. Even after Yi Xian's devouring avatar left, there was still no news. In addition, Yi Xian also had an electronic doppelganger that had entered D-Air's mechanical tribe's base camp. Until now, there had been no news of him. The army under these subordinates needed Yi Xian to guide them into the Hongmeng Void. As for Shi Wanjin, the devouring avatar, and the others who had left alone, they needed Yi Xian to find out about their whereabouts and gradually guide them back. This was because he had a strong premonition that the so-called Great Desolation era would soon descend. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. All of this could only be started after the current trip was over. In the front courtyard of the Demon Dragon, the 7 girls saw that Yi Xian wasn't in high spirits and seemed to be thinking about something, so they didn't disturb him. However, they were bored, so they all shifted their attention to the palm-sized, furry, and extremely cute elephant. On the fox ferret. This old guy was now an Emperor Level 9 pinnacle, which meant that he was half a step away from becoming an emperor. For him to be able to make such progress in a dozen years, besides the large amount of 9-colored godly medicine provided by Yi Xian, it was obviously inseparable from his own efforts. Unfortunately, even though he was half a step away from becoming an emperor, he had no resistance in front of the 7 beautiful girls. The 7 girls were already half a step away from becoming Universe Supremes, and there was a difference of 3 great realms between them. They weren't even on the same level. The 7 girls had been in seclusion almost all the time. It was rare for them to come out and relax, so naturally, they couldn't stop. From time to time, they would tease the fox ferret from time to time, making him look hopeless. Ah woo! The next time I go into seclusion, I won't come out until I break through 1 or 2 great realms. The demon dragon transformed into a black light and shot away. Along the way, the fox ferret's shrill howls resounded through the universe void. It was enough to make one shed tears. Calculating the time, it had been almost 7 months since Yi Xian left after killing the 6 primordial beings in the forbidden land of Rainbow Miazun. For Yi Xian, half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. For 6 whole months, he was fully immersed in deriving the perfect pill formula for the level 29 Supreme Treasure Pill. Therefore, he didn't feel the passage of time. However, half a year of time might not be much to the experts in the countless forbidden areas, the most powerful star regions, and some scattered star regions on the right bank of the primordial void. Perhaps it would be a small period of seclusion or a nap. Time passed in a blink of an eye, however. In this half a year, the great beings in the forbidden lands and star fields in the right bank of the Milky Way felt like a year had passed. In this half a year, the people on the right bank of the Milky Way were in a state of anxiety. Half a year ago, there had been a massacre in the forbidden land of Rainbow Miazun, as well as the cause of this massacre, including Yi Xian falling into a trap and being besieged by 12 supreme beings above the late stage, then killing them one after another. 2 supreme beings from the primordial era. Chapter 46:19. The right bank of the Milky Way was extremely long. There were countless forbidden lands and star regions of various levels surrounding the right bank, as well as some scattered star regions. Among them, there must be many primordial supreme masters. However, the primordial supreme masters usually did not show up. They only paid attention to the Milky Way star region, waiting for the day when the Milky Way star region opened so that they could enter it as soon as possible and compete for the new primordial luck of the primordial era. These primordial supreme masters might not even stay in the primordial void. It was very likely that they were like the void giant tortoise, hibernating in other planes connected to this place, or in some fragments of the void. Therefore, on the right bank of the Milky Way, although it was said that there were many super forbidden lands and star regions guarded by supreme masters of the primordial era, in fact, the most powerful beings that could be seen here were the supreme beings of the primordial era. Yes, The primordial supreme hadn't appeared in public for countless years. Even the primordial almighties rarely showed themselves in public. However, in the past 6 months, the void giant tortoise had appeared 3 times. He was not an ordinary primordial supreme master, but a peak supreme master of the 9th stage of the realm, which was half a step into the heavenly Tao. At his level, it was naturally not an ordinary existence that could attract the void giant tortoise. In fact, he had appeared 3 times in the past 6 months, all to hunt down the primordial supreme master. Moreover, there were no clues about the void giant tortoise. No one knew where it was. Only after confirming that a powerful primordial supreme master level beast had appeared in a certain super forbidden land, the void giant tortoise would suddenly appear, instantly lock onto its target, kill it, take the majestic chi and blood formed by the explosion of its body, condense it into a blood bead, and then leave in an instant. All of this was exactly the same as the Starry Sky Berserk ape's method and style of action. In just half a year, in the various super forbidden lands on the right bank of the Milky Way, there were already 3 early-stage Supreme Masters who had been successfully hunted down by him. This was definitely a shocking secret. After the news spread, the entire right bank of the Milky Way panicked, and everyone was in danger. Those Supreme Masters of the primordial Supreme Masters who were in seclusion in their respective super forbidden lands fled the primordial void without hesitation. In the air, they went straight to the untraceable fragments of the void, not daring to show up here again. The last time the void giant tortoise made a move was 3 months ago. In the first 3 months, he made a move almost every month, but in the last 3 months, he seemed to be unable to find any prey, so he did not appear again. But everyone knew that he must still be lurking somewhere, paying close attention to the most powerful forbidden areas and the most powerful star areas on the right bank of the Milky Way. Once he confirmed that a Supreme Master of the Ancients showed up, he would jump out to hunt. This was really frightening and infuriating. The existences below the Supreme Master of the Ancients were just frightened after hearing the news, but those Supreme Masters of the Ancients were real prey, and they might have already led that Supreme Master of the Ancients astray in the dark. Way. He was a legendary existence. Even in the distant Great Desolation era, he was a famous supreme warrior. He had participated in the primordial war that destroyed the entire Great Desolation world. Moreover, even in that Great Desolation war, the highest level in history, in the most powerful battle, he was definitely a leading figure. Such an existence had always been lurking and had never harmed the world. But now, as soon as he appeared, he went on a killing spree and specifically targeted the Supreme Masters of the primordial Supreme Masters. This was not normal. Many people speculated that the reason for the Void Giant Tortoise's actions must be related to the Supreme Master of the primordial Void Ape that had become the public enemy of the right bank. Because if the Void Giant Tortoise wanted to do this, he could have done it a long time ago. Why wait until now? Now the news had already spread that the Void Giant Tortoise had accidentally appeared when the Supreme Master of the primordial Void Ape was being chased by 2 powerful Supreme Masters in the Void, and had killed the 2 Supreme Masters on the spot. As for what happened after the Void Giant Tortoise killed the 2 Supreme Masters, no one knew. In that kind of situation, no one dared to stay in the surroundings. Even if they were at the scene, they had already fled in fear. But at least one thing was certain, and that was that after the Void Giant Tortoise killed the 2 Supreme Masters, he did not attack the Supreme Master of the primordial Void Ape. This had already been proven, because not long after that, the ferocious ape headed to the exalted Rainbow Forbidden Area completely unharmed, and it annihilated the 6 great figures of the primordial era that resided in that supreme forbidden area before swaggering off. The fact that the Supreme Master of the primordial Void Ape was still alive was enough to prove that something must have happened between him and the Void Giant Tortoise. Since then, the Void Giant Tortoise began to hunt Supreme Masters. It was most likely that he had been bewitched by the Supreme Master of the primordial Void Ape. This was because both the violent ape and the Void Tortoise only hunted the ferocious beasts of the starry sky. As for the primordial survivors, they simply couldn't be bothered with them. Among the 11 Desolate Era Almighty Beings that blocked Bao Yuan's path, in addition to the 6 Almighty Beings from the Rainbow Forbidden Land, there were also 5 Almighty Beings from the Desolate Era. However, after Bao Yuan killed the 6 Almighty Beings from the Desolate Era, there were still 5 Almighty Beings from the Desolate Era. Yet, the Almighty didn't care about it at all. And one could see a thing or two from it. Considering that Bao Yuan had only hunted undying Emperor-level beasts at the beginning, and then slowly increased his level from Emperor to Universe Knight, then Universe Master, then Universe Supreme, and then half a year ago, he had become a primordial great being. Everyone speculated that the reason why Bao Yuan was able to increase his power from Emperor level to the primordial great being level in less than 20 years was because he had been hunting space beasts of all levels. It was related to beasts. This also explained why he could successfully bewitch the Void Tortoise. Facing the Void Tortoise, who was a pinnacle supreme being at the peak of the 9th level, Bao Yuan had no ability to resist. He could only hand over the secret technique he had mastered, and most likely made some kind of promise to the Void Tortoise. If there were no accidents, the Void Tortoise would have continuously hunted supreme-level beasts and extracted the majestic energy and blood from their exploding bodies, compressing it into a blood bead. His final goal was to use the heaven-defying mystic technique he grasped to break through the bottleneck of a major realm and enter the true heavenly Tao realm in one fell swoop. Once this theory spread, it instantly became the mainstream, because this was the only explanation that made the most sense and could explain everything. Hence, in the entire right bank of the Milky Way, other than the supreme-level beasts of the primordial great beings, even the almighty-level beasts began to feel fear. This was because although the Void Tortoise didn't think highly of them, the violent ape wasn't simple either. He was even more powerful than them. Chapter 46:20. The Flying Dawnstar region was adjacent to the revered Rainbow Forbidden Land. The distance between the two was less than 10 billion miles. Even the overall strength of the two was about the same. The only difference was that Rainbow Zone Forbidden Land was a top-tier forbidden land, and there were space beasts living there. The Flying Cloudstar region was a top-star region. Although there were some ferocious beasts in it, the ones who controlled the general situation were the survivors of the primordial era. The strongest experts in charge of the Xiafei Star region were the 5 remnant experts of the primordial era. That's right. These 5 old fellows were the remnant experts who had blocked Yi Xian's path together with the 6 great beasts from the Rainbow Revered Forbidden Area. Now, the Rainbow Venerable Forbidden Land had declined from a top-tier forbidden land with a great being from the primordial era to an advanced forbidden land with only over 20 universe supreme beings guarding it. Rainbow Zone. Since the revered Rainbow Forbidden Land was so close to the Xiafei starfield, the ferocious beasts in the revered Rainbow Forbidden Land did not have a good time. Unfortunately, Hongmeng Void was so big, and they had no other place to go. No matter how sullen they were, they could only hide in Rainbow Zone Forbidden Land and endure the bullying from the primordial era survivors from Xiafei Star area. Ferocious star beasts would devour each other to transform their bloodlines and increase their strength. While the primordial era survivors were basically the same. They walked the path of body evolution, but they devoured the flesh of space beasts. They didn't devour them directly, but they refined them into flesh medicine before swallowing them. Therefore, in any star area ruled by the primordial era survivors, there would be a large number of space beasts, and the space beasts were basically in a semi-free-range state. When needed, they would be hunted and refined into flesh medicine. There were many ferocious beasts in the Flying Dawn Forbidden Land, but now, with the decline of the Rainbow Night Forbidden Land, its level had dropped, and it had become a senior forbidden land with only universe supreme beings guarding it. In the eyes of the primordial survivors of the Xiafei Forbidden Land, this vicious beast forbidden land that was only 10 billion kilometers away had undoubtedly become a breeding ground for vicious beasts that was not within the Xiafei Star region, but close to the outside. This is although the countless ferocious beasts in the exalted Rainbow Forbidden Land were unwilling to admit this, the truth was basically like this. In the past 6 months, there had been several powerful hunting teams of survivors in the Flying Sunset Forbidden Land 10 billion miles away in the void. They had barged into the Rainbow Forbidden Land and started hunting ferocious beasts. Yes, at this moment, none of the more than 20 universe supremes in Hong Zone Forbidden Land dared to make a sound, as they knew that this was the result of the indulgence of the 5 powerful remnant beings in Xiafei Star Field. Ruoit would have been fine if they had turned a blind eye to it, but if they had dared to suppress it, the entire forbidden land of Rainbow Zone would have been destroyed as long as a single supreme being from the Flying Dawn Star Field came. In addition, the hunting teams of the survivors who entered the Rainbow Venerable Forbidden Land were not very excessive. They were a little bit restrained to let the small stream flow for a long time. Therefore, they really endured their anger and forcibly swallowed it back into their stomachs. In order for most of the vicious beasts in the revered Rainbow Forbidden Land to survive here, they had to pay a price in blood every once in a while. Although this was painful, it was not unacceptable. In an empty environment, the law of the jungle had always been like this. Under the eaves, the beasts had to bow their heads. It could be said that in the past 6 months, all the survivors of the remote antiquity in the Flying Dawn Forbidden Land had been extremely comfortable. During the short period of time after the 6 ferocious beasts guarding the Forbidden Land were killed, about half a month or so, because they were worried that the ferocious ape would descend, they were in a state of anxiety every day. The next 5 months were simply comfortable. Duas for the 5 supreme beings, they were so comfortable that they could not be described with words. Now, they were already sure that the ferocious ape would not come to find trouble, because even if it killed them, there was no benefit. They were supreme beings of the remote antiquity, not space beasts. After their bodies exploded, the blood mist was useless to the ferocious ape. In addition, the 6 supreme beings of the Rainbow Venerable Forbidden Land, who had been eyeing the ferocious ape covetously but could not find a chance to kill it, were all killed in one day. This was simply fulfilling their wish. In the entire Rainbow Venerable Forbidden Land, there were countless ferocious beasts in Hongzun Forbidden Land, and they could take whatever they wanted at will. They even planned to go to Hongzun Forbidden Land to hunt a few supreme beasts in Hongzun Forbidden Land, and add their flesh and blood to the medicine cauldron when they made the flesh and blood next time. Anyway, there were many supreme beasts in Hongzun Forbidden Land, and there were more than 20 of them, so they could not kill them all in a short time, right? Yi Xian did not know all of this. At this moment, he was rushing all the way from the Nest Star where the strongest body was nurtured. When he was on his way to Xiafei Starfield, he happened to pass by Hongzun Forbidden Land. Show 1. A faint black light flashed past the end of the void space in the distance at a terrifying speed. This scene immediately alarmed the supreme beings who came from Xiafei Star Field and were about to enter Hongzun Forbidden Land to hunt some ferocious beasts. There were more than 1,000 people in this hunting team, and nearly 100 of them were Universe Knights. It could be seen that Hongzun Forbidden Land must have paid a great price this time. The appetite of Universe Knights was not comparable to the 5 Undying Realms, not to mention that there were nearly 100 of them among the 1,000 supreme beings. At this moment, the faint black light that was shooting through the void in the distance was 2 to 3 billion miles away from this hunting team of survivors at the edge of the Rainbow Venerable Forbidden Land. However, the aura of the supreme being from the primordial era was so strong that it could be felt clearly even from billions of miles away in the void space. Turn around. When they looked over, all the supreme beings in this hunting team were stunned for a short while, and then their expressions changed drastically. They exclaimed in horror, "What? That's the aura of the supreme being from the primordial era? And there are 9 of them? How is this possible?" The key is that these 9 terrifying auras are not from the supreme beings of Hongzun. They are clearly ferocious beasts. What happened? Why are there suddenly 9 powerful ferocious beasts in this area? Is it related to Hongzun Forbidden Land? If so, then it's going to be a big deal. Show! Before the exclamations of the thousands of survivors in the hunting team had faded away, the black light in the distance, which seemed to be just passing by, suddenly changed its direction and rushed straight to this side. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of them. Chapter 46:21. Show! A sharp sound broke through the air. Billions of miles away, a black light shot toward them at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of them and stopped 100 miles away, hanging steadily in the void space. It was not until now that the hunting team of more than 1,000 survivors saw the true appearance of this light. It was actually a magnificent and luxurious carriage, and there were actually 9 black dragons pulling the carriage in front of the carriage. This luxurious carriage was obviously a primordial treasure, and the aura it emitted made their hearts beat faster. The 9 black dragons pulling the carriage were all great beings of the primordial era. This was a great being of the primordial era. Even if he was only at the second level of the primordial era, he could gather 9 identical black dragons to pull the carriage at the same time. What kind of extravagance was this? Even the most powerful supreme beings of the primordial era on the right bank of the Milky Way had never heard of such extravagance. It was simply frightening. Walala. Right at this moment, the curtain in front of the carriage suddenly rolled up like a water curtain, and the scene that was originally covered was instantly exposed to everyone's eyes. 1. A young man in a silver robe with an imposing appearance and extraordinary temperament walked out with his hands behind his back. He looked proud and indifferent, as if he was strolling in his own backyard. Tight. Behind this young man were 7 female cultivators, all of whom were peerlessly beautiful and had different temperaments, and each of them was devastatingly beautiful. Seeing this scene, all the great beings of the survivors opened their eyes wide and gasped. This young man who walked out didn't look very old, but the aura of cultivation emitted from his body showed that he was a 6th-level great being of the primordial era. This was a great being of the human race at the pinnacle of the middle stage, only 1 step away from becoming a great being of the later stage. This was, as for the 7 beautiful maids following him, the aura of cultivation emitted from their bodies was also extraordinary. The 7 women were all universe masters at the 9th level of perfection, which was equivalent to a half-supreme being. He was a 6th-level great being, and the 7 maids beside him were all universe masters at the 9th level of perfection. Even the 9 black dragons pulling the carriage were all 2nd-level great beings. This kind of extravagance was unheard of on the right bank of the Milky Way, not to mention seeing it. It was unimaginable. Several subconsciously, these thousands of survivors all believed that this young man with an extraordinary temperament must have a terrifying background. There must be an extremely powerful force behind him, and they were afraid that there was more than one supreme of the ancients. Moreover, it was not an ordinary supreme of the ancients, but a supreme of the ancients at the peak of the 9th order like the void tortoise. Also that was the half-step heavenly Tao. This was obvious because with this young man's 6th-stage cultivation base, although it was enough to suppress the black dragon, it was another matter to make the black dragon so obedient and willing to be his beast ride. Desolation, the ancient almighties would never be able to do this. Only the supreme ancients of the Middle Ages and above could do this. What's more, there was more than one rank 2 black dragon that was willing to ride a beast. There were 9 of them. Even the supreme ancient of the ancients wouldn't be able to collect so many of them. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the thousands of experts instantly felt that the young man who was coming out of the carriage was emitting an invisible pressure, which made them subconsciously hold their breath and feel extremely nervous. That's right. Fong is really too mysterious and his background is too powerful. Even the hundreds of universe knights present couldn't help but feel nervous. I didn't expect to meet such a large group of survivors on the right bank of the Milky Way. It's really rare. At this moment, right when everyone was extremely nervous, the silver-robed man who'd already walked out from within the carriage had already nodded with a light smile on his face. He seemed to be amiable and approachable, and his voice was even gentler and revealed the shapeless aura of a superior. May I know, why are all of you doing this? Fellow cultivators? Hall, a 6th-stage great master with such a terrifying background, and his extravagance is simply unheard of. How dare he call us fellow cultivators? Tut, 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 this is a real superior, this is the spirit of a real great master. What's more, according to what he said, is he a big playboy from a super-powerful star domain on the left bank of the Milky Way? This is a big deal, wandering on the 2 banks of the Milky Way as a sightseeing tour. Such extravagance, perhaps even the supreme of the ancients didn't have such extravagance. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 1,000 great beings of the survivors were so excited that their faces were flushed. For a moment, they even forgot to answer the other party's question. How dare you? How dare you ignore the question of our young master? Do you want to be annihilated? Pa, 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 pa. After only 2 breaths of silence, the 7 maidservants behind the silver-robed man changed their expressions and shouted harshly. Almost at the same time, the 7 maidservants attacked almost at the same time. In an instant, there were endless slapping sounds. Without exception, the 1,000 great beings of the survivors were all slapped in the face. Bye. It was actually 7 universe masters at pinnacle level 9, and when they joined forces, it was no problem at all for them to slap more than 1,000 slaps in an instant. Even the nearly 100 universe knights, without exception, were all slapped in the face. It wasn't until then that they realized that after such a long time, they were not even as good as the 7 maidservants of the mysterious silver-robed man. The other party's maidservants were all universe masters at pinnacle level 9, while they were only universe knights, and their cultivation had not even reached pinnacle level 9. They were more than 1 realm weaker than the silver-robed man. Just like that, the silver-robed man called them fellow out of politeness. If they really regarded themselves as equals with the silver-robed man, they were afraid that they would be in big trouble. The silver-robed man didn't have any reaction, as he didn't care about such a trivial matter at all. However, the 7 maidservants behind him were not so easy to talk to. They just didn't answer the question for 2 breaths of time, and then they went crazy on the spot. If they continued to be so negligent, it wouldn't be as simple as slapping 1 or 2 slaps. If they didn't do it properly, they would lose their lives. And there was no need for the silver-robed man to do anything at all. The 7 half-supreme maidservants behind him were enough to easily annihilate the survivors of the survivors of the survivors. At the thought of this, all the great beings of the survivors trembled at the same time. Their knees went soft, and they immediately knelt down in the void space and kowtowed repeatedly. Under the great change of expression, some of them begged for mercy, and some of them hurriedly explained. However, some of them were smarter and quickly answered the silver-robed man's question with short words. It had to be said that this scene was indeed a little chaotic, but fortunately, after a short period of chaos, these guys finally explained the question clearly. Therefore, Chapter 46:22. Oh, there is a top-notch forbidden area 10 billion miles ahead. There are actually 5 Taoist friends of the Almighty Stage in it? Li Mu asked. That's interesting. Yi Xian found it funny when he heard the 1,000-plus experts speak one after another. However, he deliberately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression on his face. He waved his hand and said, "It just so happens that this young master is traveling the right bank of the Milky Way in search of an opportunity to refine the 9-colored divine medicine. I'm in a good mood today. Perhaps my opportunity has arrived. I'll go take a look at the Xiafei star field that you mentioned. I'll compare notes with those 5 fellow Taoists on the refinement of flesh medicine. Perhaps this time, I'll really be able to refine the 9-colored divine medicine." Hearing this, more than 1,000 experts in front of him gasped at the same time and exclaimed, "9-colored divine medicine? Oh my God! Did I hear it wrong? In this world, there is actually someone who can refine the 9-colored divine medicine." Sure enough, it's the Dewan from the left bank. Senior, you're actually planning to refine the 9-colored divine medicine. On the right bank of the Milky Way, the 9-colored divine medicine is just an ancient legend. Even the most powerful cultivator in the Xiafei star area can only refine the purple gold medicine, which is a far cry from the 9-colored divine medicine. And he can't refine it smoothly every time. From the looks of it, this might be a great opportunity for my Xiafei star field. This is a senior from the left bank of the Milky Way, one of the 5 ancestors in charge of the star field. If I can exchange pointers with him on the refinement of flesh medicine, I'm sure I'll be able to benefit greatly. Pa! 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 Why are you talking so much nonsense? The young master has already spoken. Didn't you hear it? Half of you will lead the way, and the other half will immediately go back and inform the 5 powerful cultivators of the Xiafei star area to line up outside the star area to welcome. Before these experts could finish their exclamations, the sound of slapping rang out again. Each of them was still slapped, and no one was left behind. The corpse ancestor, Hanba, and the other 7 girls made their move once again. The color that they were currently playing was that of an unruly servant girl, and now that they had deliberately said it like this, it imperceptibly made the shocking origin of Yi Xian's so-called young master even more mysterious. Why? As they had just said, the Xiafei star area was a top-level star area. There were 5 powerful cultivators in the star area, and the most powerful one had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Desolate Era, which was half a step away from the Supreme Desolate Era. But even so, this mysterious young master still didn't take it seriously. Even the 7 maids behind him didn't react at all. He even scolded them. Half of them immediately rushed back to report and asked the 5 powerful cultivators of the Xiafei Star area to welcome him. This means what? He said. Even if it was a supreme expert of the Desolation era, a half-step supreme of the Desolation era, he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Moreover, this kind of casual action and attitude clearly showed that he was already used to it. Only this was enough to prove that this person had a great background. It was estimated that the people in contact with his family were all at the Supreme Desolate Era level. Otherwise, how could he be like this now? Even the Supreme Desolate Era, who was at the peak of the 9th stage of the Desolate Era, was completely ignored? Thinking at this point, the thousands of experts trembled again in an instant. They didn't dare to neglect, and immediately responded in a panic. They didn't even care about the purpose of coming out of the Xiafei Star area this time. Half of them immediately rushed back to the Xiafei Star area to report the situation in advance. And the remaining hundreds of people became more cautious. They bowed slightly with a smile on their faces and asked Yixin if they would set off immediately. Well, although 10 billion miles is not far, this young master suddenly feels a little tired. Nodding, Yixin's face was full of laziness. While speaking, he had already turned around and walked towards the demon dragon carriage. You can lead the way in front. There's no need to rush. This young master still needs a while to massage his body. While speaking, Yixin had already entered the front yard of the demon dragon carriage. He sat down on the floor of the front yard, which was covered with a soft, fierce beast carpet, and lay down on the snow-white thighs of a maidservant. The other 6 beautiful maidservants gathered around him, one by one, massaging his shoulders and legs attentively. This time, when they returned to the vestibule of the demonic dragon, the fog curtain that originally isolated the interior of the vestibule didn't roll up. Therefore, everything inside was clearly seen by the hundreds of remnant powerhouses in the void outside the vestibule. Everyone's mouth was wide open, and they were dumbfounded. Seeing the scene in front of them, they finally understood the real meaning of the words, "Enjoy life." This mysterious young master had just walked out of the carriage and had only exchanged a few words. Yet, a 6th-order expert of the primordial era had already become exhausted, and this was the first time he had spoken to the young master. Compared to them, the 5 ancestors of the almighty realm in the flying cloud star area had been living such a hard life all these years. This kind of big playboy from the left bank star field really couldn't be judged by common sense. Judging from this person's extravagance, perhaps his status in the mysterious forbidden area of the left bank star field was extremely extraordinary. Since he was called Young Master, it was possible that the elders in his clan were some supreme 9th-order experts of the remote antiquity era who were half a step into the heavenly Tao realm. These thoughts flashed through the sea, and the hundreds of experts subconsciously exchanged glances. The corners of their mouths were all twitching, but they didn't dare to disturb the young master at all. After entering the front yard of the Phoenix carriage, the silver-robed young master had closed his eyes and was enjoying life among the 7 beautiful maidservants. They quickly and quietly rushed to the front of the demon dragon carriage. Then, they rushed in the direction of the Xiafei star field, which was 10 billion miles away. As they set off, the 9 black dragons also slowly rose into the air under the command of Yixin. They pulled the demon dragon carriage and followed behind these guys, moving forward slowly. At this moment, the hundreds of experts leading the way felt like their hearts were about to collapse. They could have covered the distance of 10 billion miles in the void in a short time, but they didn't know how long it would take for the silver-robed young master in the luxurious Phoenix carriage behind to massage his muscles and bones. So they could only slow down as much as possible, so as not to displease the young master if they arrived early. Chapter 46-23. There were 5 powerful beings from the primordial era in Xiafei Starfield, and they were all ancestors of the same generation. The most powerful one was Du Daizhong, who had reached the 9th level of the primordial era pinnacle, which meant that he was half a step away from the primordial era pinnacle master. As for Du Dedong, he was at the 7th level of the primordial era pinnacle master. The other 3 were all at the middle level of the primordial era pinnacle master. Du Danan was at the 5th level, and Du Deshi and Du Debei were at the 4th level. 5 powerful beings from the primordial era, 3 at the middle level, 1 at the last level, and 1 at the pinnacle of the primordial era pinnacle master. This alone made Xia Fei Star Field more powerful than the Rainbow Forbidden Land, which had 6 powerful beasts. Of course, he was only slightly stronger than them. Because of the decline of the Rainbow Forbidden Land, Du Dazhong and the other 4 had been very happy in the past half a year. At this moment, the 5 of them were gathered on the giant star where Du Dazhong's cave was located, drinking spirit wine. As for it was at this moment that half of the 1,000 survivors who had left the Red Cloud Galaxy to hunt in the Forbidden Land of Rainbow Supremacy returned in a hurry and reported everything that had happened outside the Forbidden Land of Rainbow Supremacy in detail. What? 9 black dragons, all at the 2nd level of the Primordial Era Pinnacle Master? Even the 7 beautiful maids by his side are all extremely beautiful, and their cultivation and power are all at the level of a Universe Master, a half-step supreme. Even his carriage is a true treasure from the Primordial Era, and he said that he's going to make the legendary 9-colored godly medicine, and he wants us to go to the edge of Xia Fei Star Field to welcome him? I've never heard of such a scene. Could it be that he's really a playboy from some super powerful star field on the left bank of the Milky Way? After the report, Du Dazhong and the other 4 people were shocked. They all put down the cups in their hands and stood up, looking at each other in disbelief. As for Du Dedong, who was a 7th-rank expert from the Primordial Era, had a trace of lust in the depths of his eyes. He was instantly tempted when he heard that there were 7 beautiful maidservants by the other party's side. Here humans had always been lustful. Although there were countless female cultivators in the palaces on the planet where the cave mansion was located, they were still not satisfied. The way he saw it, this dandy young master from the left bank of the Milky Way would have maids by his side. They were most likely of the highest quality. What was even rarer was that these 7 maids were all Universe Masters at the 9th level, as they were all Universe Masters at the 9th level of Pinnacle level. This was simply perfect. If he could snatch her away and keep her by his side to serve him, his luck with women would be boundless. Dang, however, this matter could only be carried out in secret. At the very least, the news could not be leaked out of the Flying Dawn Star region. Otherwise, even though the super-powerful star region behind this person was on the left bank of the Milky Way, if his identity was extraordinary, it would be difficult for him to escape. For example, if the Void Giant Tortoise was a half-step Heavenly Tao existence at the 9th stage of the Supreme of the Ancients, it would not be impossible for it to rush to the right bank from the left bank of the Milky Way in a short period of time. Just as Du Dedong was having evil thoughts because of his lust, Du Dazhong also fell into deep thought. There was also a hint of coldness in his eyes. He was a half-step Supreme Master at the 9th level of the Primordial Era Pinnacle Master, and that guy was only at the 6th level of the Primordial Era Pinnacle Master. How dare he be so rude and ask the 5 of them to line up outside the Flying Dawn Star region to welcome him? Even if he was really a dandy from a super-powerful star region on the left bank of the Milky Way, so what? This was the right bank of the Milky Way. Wasn't his prestige a bit too far? Du Dazhong was already displeased by this point, not to mention that the other party had a primordial treasure, which must have amazing defensive power. Here in addition, just the 9 second-level black dragons were already a force to be reckoned with. Now that the end of the primordial era was approaching, this primordial treasure and the 9 second-level black dragons were definitely an irresistible temptation for any master in the starry sky. At this moment, the 2 strongest masters among the 5 remnants of the Flying Dawn Star region, one was thinking about Yi Xian's 7 beautiful maidservants, the other was thinking about his demonic dragon imperial chariot and the 9 black dragons, and the other 3 were only weaker in cultivation and did not dare to think about it. At this moment, their eyes flickered, and they exchanged glances with each other. Very obviously, the 5 old guys had the same idea. They did not intend to let this dandy from a super-powerful star region on the left bank of the Milky Way leave the Flying Dawn Star region alive. It seems that we all have the same idea. That's good. After the leader made the decision, Du Dazhong turned to look at the other 4 people, nodded and smiled, and settled the matter with one sentence. Following, then, he changed the topic and said, "However, this matter is not urgent. Let's trick him into the depths of the star region first and find out more about him. After all, we still have to figure out this person's origin. At least we have an idea in our hearts. In addition, he has threatened to refine the legendary 9-colored divine medicine, so it must not be baseless. We have to find out more about him. Maybe this person really has a secret method of refining flesh and blood medicine. How about this? We'll go along with his intentions. Instead of sparring with him on the refinement secret technique of the flesh medicine, we can throw a brick to attract Jade first. It doesn't matter even if we tell him all the secret techniques we know. In any case, he won't be able to escape death today. Moreover, in this way we can dispel his doubts. If he really has a powerful secret method of refining flesh and blood medicine, we don't have to rush to kill him. Let's try to trick him to get the secret method first. If it doesn't work, we can lure him to that place. At that time, he will be doomed eternally. Speaking up to here, Du Dazhong's mouth slowly revealed a cold smile. This senior doesn't believe that in the face of the great terror trapped in that place, he can still be stubborn and not tell us the secret refining method. Hearing this, Du Dedong and the other three heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and smiled. Obviously, the four of them were very confident about the mysterious place that Du Dazhong had mentioned. Let's go. Since it's like this, then we'll lower ourselves to meet that profligate young master from the left bank. After everything was settled, the five of them did not hesitate anymore. They immediately rushed out of the star where Du Dazhong's cave palace was located. Following behind them were more than 1,000 strong survivors of the Flying Dawn Star region. They were all extraordinary in terms of cultivation and strength. They were at least titled Undying. Since they were going to put on a show, they had to put on a good show to avoid arousing the suspicion of the other party. The five powerful beings of the remote antiquity era had personally come out of the Flying Dawn Star region and rushed to the edge of the star region to welcome the other party. Naturally, they had to take the show into consideration. Sheet. Chapter 46-24. Show! A faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The demon dragon's carriage shot over from the distant void. Through the dense fog curtain that had yet to close, the scene inside could be clearly seen. An imposing young man in a silver robe was lying on the snow-white thighs of a beautiful female cultivator, resting with his eyes closed on his left and right. There were 6 other beautiful maidservants who were equally peerless in terms of both figure and appearance. They were massaging his shoulders and legs. This scene alone made Du Dazhong and the other 4 people's mouths twitch. At this moment, they completely believed the identity of this mysterious young master. He must be a big playboy from a superstar area on the left bank of the Milky Way. Otherwise, such a show of extravagance would be unheard of in the many powerful star areas on the right bank of the Milky Way. Not to mention just the 7 beautiful maids, who were all at the 9th stage consummation level of a universe master, were extremely rare on the right bank of the Milky Way. It didn't mean that there weren't any 9th stage consummation level female cultivators on the right bank of the Milky Way, which was equivalent to half-supreme level female cultivators, but it was simply impossible to find such a peerless existence. Even if there were 7 of them, it would be difficult to find even one. This was something that the lecherous Du Dedong had the most right to say. In the star where his cave was located, there were countless palaces, and he had collected a large number of female cultivators from the remnant. There were also stunning existences, and there were quite a number of them. However, none of them could be compared to any of the 7 maids. At this moment, just by glancing at them from a distance of hundreds of millions of miles away, his soul was captivated. However, it was only a burning light that flashed in the depths of his eyes, and it was quickly concealed. On the surface, there was no trace of it. As for Du Dazhong and the other 4 people, at this moment, their gazes had already shifted from Yi Xian and the 7 beautiful female cultivators to the luxurious demonic dragon imperial carriage and the 9 black dragons pulling the carriage in front of it. This Luan imperial carriage was too extravagant. A primordial supreme was indeed extraordinary. Even some primordial supremes on the right bank of the Milky Way didn't have one. Using the 9 black dragons pulling the carriage were even more astonishing. Black dragons were a kind of ferocious space beasts, and they were not uncommon in the various top-class and super-supreme forbidden lands on the right bank of the Milky Way. But however, there weren't many of them either. It was impossible for the right bank of the Milky Way to gather 9 identical black dragons, all of which were at the second level of the Desolation era. Furthermore, the 9 black dragons were so obedient, which made it even more difficult with such extravagance. Even Du Daizhong wouldn't believe that the silver-robed man who was resting with his eyes closed in the front courtyard of the carriage wasn't a hedonistic young master from some super-powerful star region on the left bank of the Milky Way. Even so, he would not change his mind. After all, this was the right bank of the Milky Way, and the silver-robed young master was only a level 6 primordial mighty one. Even with the 9 level 2 black dragons, he was no match for the 5 of them. Only if they were to enter the depths of the Flying Dawn star system, they were destined to die here. Thinking of this, Du Dezhong and Zhong Wu subconsciously turned their heads and exchanged a look. There was a cold smile that quickly flashed through their eyes. While at this time, the hundreds of survivors of the Flying Dawn star area had also arrived in front of them with the demonic dragon's imperial chariot. Whoosh! The demonic dragon abruptly stopped and hung in the void. At this time, Yi Xian, who was resting with his eyes closed on the ground of the demonic dragon's front courtyard, opened his eyes, stood up, and walked out of the demonic dragon's carriage with his hands behind his back. Behind him, the 7 gorgeous cultivators followed closely. Their expressions were very cold and arrogant, giving people a feeling that they were unapproachable. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Yi Xian glanced at Du Dezhong and the other 4. He nodded slightly, showing that he was not surprised at all. His tone was also very indifferent. This young master was traveling on the right bank of the Milky Way and accidentally came here. I heard that there was a top star region here, so I wanted to come here and exchange my experience of refining flesh medicine with fellow cultivators. I don't know. If I'm being rude? You're being too polite, fellow Taoist. How could we not be interested in the refinement of flesh medicine? Yes. I heard that fellow cultivator wants to refine the legendary 9-colored divine medicine. This matter shocked us very much. Now I'm afraid that we are even more interested than fellow cultivator. Why don't you come to this old man's cave residence and talk about it in detail? Yes, this star region is desolate and is not a place to entertain guests. Fellow cultivator, please, Du Dezhong said. The 5 of them turned their heads and exchanged a look. All of them were very polite with smiles on their faces. They warmly invited Yi Xian to enter the depths of the Flying Dawn star area and talk about it in detail inside the star where their cave residences were located. Although these 5 old guys hid it very well, Yi Xian still saw the clues. They seemed to be a little too eager to invite him into the depths of the Flying Dawn star area. This was obviously a problem. Yi Xian was naturally not afraid, but the other party's eager expectation was an opportunity for him to take advantage of. He was worried about how to deceive these 5 old guys to tell him all the secrets of refining flesh medicine they knew. Now it seemed that this was not a problem. Fellow cultivators, this young master doesn't have that much time to drink and chat with you. Whoosh! Shaking his head, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand. In an instant, a wisp of 8-colored flame the size of a human head shot out from his hand and floated in front of him. This wisp of 8-colored flame was naturally drawn from the 9-colored flame of Shenong. The 9-colored flame had already entered the peak state of the Shenong exotic flame, but in fact, if Yi Xian wanted to, he could draw out 1 or more colored flames at will. Of course, as the color of the exotic flame decreased, its power would naturally decrease as well. To refine the legendary 9-colored divine medicine, one must have a 9-colored flame. But now, the entire right bank of the Milky Way already knew that the public enemy of the right bank, Bao Yuan, had the Shenong cauldron, and that the Shenong exotic flame in the cauldron had already grown to a 9-colored flame. Therefore, if Yi Xian took out the 9-colored flame now, he would definitely be suspected, but the 8-colored flame was different. Besides the Shenong exotic flame in the Shenong cauldron, all kinds of top flames in the world could be fused and refined with each other. Yi Xian had encountered some powerful ferocious birds and beasts that possessed 2-colored flames or 3-colored flames. Such as today, his identity was still a big dandy from a super-powerful star region on the left bank of the Milky Way, and it was reasonable that he had the exotic flame of heaven and earth that had already fused and refined to an 8-colored flame. This young master's exotic flame of heaven and earth has already fused to an 8-colored flame. At this time, Seeing that Du Dazhong and the other 5 people were stunned at the same time, Yi Xian smiled lightly, and then said, "Unfortunately, refining the 9-colored divine medicine requires a 9-colored flame, and this young master's exotic flame of heaven and earth is still a little short, so I want to see if I can find a way to refine the flesh medicine. If the refining secret method of the 5 fellow cultivators is useful to this young master and can make my refining secret method perfect, it naturally doesn't matter if it takes some time." Chapter 46:25. Hiss? It's actually an 8-color flame? Fellow cultivator, you're really extraordinary. In the entire right bank of the Milky Way, except for the infamous violent ape, there is only one supreme master of the remote antiquity at rank 6. The heavenly flame in his hand has already fused to the extent of 6 colors. I didn't expect that one of us could have an 8-colored flame. Could it be that fellow cultivator had previously announced that he wanted to refine the legendary 9-color divine medicine? With the 8-color flame in hand, if his attainments in the secret method of refining flesh and blood medicine are profound, I dare not say 9-color divine medicine, but at least 8-color divine medicine, he can definitely refine it. At this time, Du Dazhong and the other 4 people recovered from the shock. Their expressions changed slightly, and they all gasped and exclaimed softly. At this moment, they no longer had the slightest doubt about the origins of Yi Xian, who came from a forbidden area on the left bank of the Milky Way. This was because everything in front of them, no matter what, had proven this matter. Because, at the same time, the greed in the hearts of the 5 people also rose to the extreme when they saw Yi Xian waving his hand and casting out a wisp of 8-color flame. As powerful figures of the remnant, the 5 of them naturally had their own special flames. However, even Du Dazhong, who had reached the peak of rank 9 of the remote antiquity era and was a half-step to the Supreme Master realm, could only refine 3-colored special flames in his hands. As for the other 4 people, they only had a single flame that they had refined, and it was the same type of flame. Therefore, even if the 5 of them worked together and combined their own special flames to fuse and refine, they would not be able to create a 4-colored flame. Because, what's more, there were all kinds of unique flames, and not all flames could be successfully merged. This was also the reason why multicolor flames were so rare and hard to come by. However, to refine the flesh and blood divine medicine, one would need at least a 7-colored flame. Therefore, even though Du Dazhong had a 3-colored flame, it was impossible for him to refine a 3-colored divine medicine. The best quality flesh and blood medicine he could refine was only a purple gold treasure medicine, and it was the kind with a lighter color. Because even the purple gold treasure medicine refined by Yi Xian before he evolved the Shenong strange flame into a 9-color flame was better than his. Because of this, when they suddenly saw a wisp of 8-color flame in front of them, as powerful figures of the remnant people, it was absolutely false to say that they were not tempted. In this way, their determination to trick Yi Xian into the Xiafei star field and take advantage of that dangerous place to kill him was even stronger. This was how it was in the universe. As long as the benefits were attractive enough, they would not hesitate even if it was a supreme of the primordial era, let alone a tier 6 powerhouse who came from a superpower on the left bank of the Milky Way. No, they might not even dare to think about it. After all, Yi Xian's left star field was a 6th order, and even if there were 5 of them, they may not be able to capture him easily. What's more, Yi Xian also had 9 black strands who were also 1st-order powerhouses. In addition, the place where they were now was only the periphery of the Xiafei star field. If they attacked here, not only would the news be leaked, but if they made too much noise and attracted other ancient powerhouses or even remote antiquity supreme, then the great benefits in front of them would be divided more or less. This was absolutely unacceptable to them. In any case, they must lure Yi Xian into the depths of the Xiafei star field and use that place to smoothly kill him and obtain everything in his hands. With these thoughts flashing through their minds, Du Dazhong and the others turned their heads and exchanged a look, instantly reaching a consensus. No matter what, they must first lure Yi Xian back to their nest. Fellow Taoist is really a straightforward person. This old man likes this kind of straightforward personality. The smile on his face was still the same, but halfway through his words, Du Dazhong's tone changed, and he secretly gritted his teeth and said, "Refining divine medicines is also this old man's greatest wish in life. It's just that the heavenly flames in my hands have only been refined to the level of 3-colored flames, and I'm afraid it will take me many years to reach the level of 7-colored flames, which is the lowest level required to refine divine medicines. This was originally a great regret in my heart, but fortunately, I met fellow Taoists today. If I can see fellow Taoists refine divine medicines with my own eyes, even if they are only 8-colored divine medicines and not 9-colored divine medicines, this old man will be satisfied. When he spoke up to hear, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and he hesitated briefly before continuing. However, the secret technique of refining the flesh and blood medicine that the 5 of us possess was accumulated and perfected bit by bit through countless years after all. If it's helpful to young brother in refining the divine medicine. I wonder if little friend can refine a furnace of 8-colored divine medicines for the 5 of us? Of course, the flesh and blood materials used to refine the divine medicine and the various top-grade precious herbs will naturally be prepared by us. The latter request was deliberately made by Du Daizhong to dispel Yi Xian's doubts. After all, they did not know each other, and being too polite would definitely arouse suspicion. That's natural. Yi Xian inwardly sneered, but didn't show it on the surface. He immediately nodded and agreed. If the 5 fellow Taoists' secret alchemy techniques can really help this young master refine flesh and blood divine medicine, even if it's not a 9-colored divine medicine, but only a 7-colored or 8-colored divine medicine, at that time, this young master will not go back on his words, and will definitely refine a furnace of divine medicines for the 5 of you as a reward. In that case, it's a deal. Seeing that Yi Xian had taken the bait, Du Daizhong's heart relaxed, and he nodded with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly waved his hand and shot a ray of light toward Yi Xian. Fellow cultivators, this young master wants to study carefully to see if this secret method of refining divine medicines is helpful. Please wait a moment. Yi Xian caught the faint ray of light and checked it with his divine sense. After confirming that it was not tampered with, he waved his hand and pressed it between his eyebrows. Then, after that, he cupped his fists to Du Daizhong and the others, smiled as a greeting, and then turned around and walked toward the demonic dragon carriage behind him. The 7 beautiful cultivators, including Shi Zhu and Hitorigami, all followed him. Swoosh! After entering the front yard of the demon dragon's imperial carriage, following Yi Xian's thought, the dense fog curtain that was originally rolled up instantly fell down. As a result, everything in the front yard of the imperial carriage could no longer be seen from the outside. Even if the ancient supreme being used his divine sense to investigate, it would be impossible for him to find anything unless he first destroyed the demon dragon's imperial carriage's domain. But this demonic dragon carriage was a treasure of the ancients. While it was extremely luxurious, it focused more on its defensive ability. Although it could not be compared with the Shenong cauldron, it was completely impossible for an ordinary supreme being of the ancients to destroy it in a short time. Therefore, Yi Xian, who got what he wanted, was not worried at all. After the fog curtain fell, he immediately sat cross-legged in the front yard of the demonic dragon carriage. Chapter 46-26. After all, Du Daizhong and the other 4 were all powerful experts of the Desolation era, especially Du Daizhong himself, whose cultivation strength had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Desolation era. He was a peak expert or half-step supreme master. This old monster was an existence that had lived for countless years. In addition, he was a survivor of the Desolation era, and the refinement of flesh and blood medicine had been with him since he was young. Therefore, Du Daizhong was naturally very experienced in the refinement of flesh and blood medicine. Although the ball of light that shot out was only a small dot, like a firefly, the amount of information contained in it could be said to be boundless. Look, these 5 old guys were really worried that Yi Xian would not be interested in their refinement and would leave. They had already revealed everything they had, and Yi Xian had benefited from it. After 2 full days of calculation, all the refinement secret methods and experience from Du Daizhong were finally fully deciphered. Yi Xian was very excited because he had a very strong intuition. If the deciphered refinement secret methods and experience originally belonged to Du Daizhong were combined with the refinement secret methods that he had already mastered and perfectly optimized, the refinement secret methods that Yi Xian would obtain would be even more perfect. It was not impossible to refine a supreme divine medicine that surpassed the 9-colored divine medicine. However, this kind of combination would take a long time, and was not something that could be done overnight. After all, it was the combination and optimization of a huge amount of refinement, secret methods, and experience. If there was the slightest mistake, all the previous efforts would be wasted, and he would have to start all over again. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. This is the logic behind it. Considering this point, Yi Xian immediately withdrew his divine sense and issued an order to the devouring system in his body, temporarily stopping the derivation of the perfect pill formula of the level 30 heavenly path pellet, and putting all the calculation ability of the system into the fusion and optimization of the perfect refinement secret methods. After doing all this, Yi Xian took a deep breath and fell into deep thought. Now, only 2 days had passed, but the refinement secret methods and experience given by Du Daizhong were so vast. If Yi Xian had not used the calculation ability of the devouring system in his body, and coupled with his terrifying divine sense of a 6th-stage expert, he would not have been able to fully comprehend it in 2 days. If he were to go out now, it would only make the other party suspicious. It just so happens that I can make use of this opportunity to refine another cauldron of 9-colored divine medicine in case of emergency. Thinking of this, Yi Xian instantly made his decision. Without any hesitation, he immediately brought the 7 beautiful cultivators into the room from the front of the imperial carriage. Rumble! Swish! 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 After entering the room, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the shrunken Shinnong treasure cauldron. In the next instant, with a thought from him, he directly took out the remains of 108 primordial era creatures from the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. It was precisely the main ingredient used to refine the 9-colored divine medicine, but at the same time, a large amount of top-grade precious materials and medicines were also taken out. There were all kinds of them, too many to count. Arrival as for the spring water used to refine medicine, it was just as extravagant this time. Similarly, it was directly replaced with a mixture of innate chilling spirit liquid and netherworld furnace lotion. Boom! Rumble! Swish! Soon, a loud rumbling sound was heard. A cauldron in the form of energy formed by the 9-colored flames of Shinnong quickly rose from the flame pool inside the cauldron. It was pulled out of the Shinnong cauldron by him and suspended in the void in front of a certain valley in the space inside the carriage. Following that, then there was the sound of the air being torn apart. All the materials that were suspended in the void automatically flew into the cauldron and melted together in the blink of an eye. Swish! 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 In an instant, Yi Xian's hands fluttered like butterflies. Obscure runes of different colors and shapes fell from his hands like rain, directly entering the 8-colored cauldron in the form of energy. Their momentum was overwhelming, densely packed, and the number was so large that it made one's hair stand on end. Time passed slowly. This time, Yi Xian deliberately slowed down. As he refined medicine, he felt and recalled the secret method of refining medicine that he had comprehended in the past 2 days. Unknowingly, he had already mastered it. After 2 full days, this cauldron of top-grade flesh medicine was finally completed. This time, Yi Xian was the same as last time. Even the body of the cauldron was formed by the pure 9-colored flames of Shinnong, imperceptibly increasing its power. Until in terms of the materials used, it was still the same as last time. The lowest level was at the titled Emperor realm, and nearly half of them were at the quasi-desolation realm. There were even more than a dozen corpses of real desolation realm ferocious beasts. Such as today, this cauldron of flesh medicine was successfully refined. In an instant, there were countless auspicious visions of dragons and tigers leaping, appearing high in the void of the space inside the carriage. Roar! Ong! Boom! In the next instant, there was a huge roar, and the 8-colored cauldron in the void in front of them bloomed with infinite light. The phantoms of real dragons and real phoenixes all rushed out of the cauldron, roaring with their necks outstretched. It was a magnificent sight. Immediately afterward, the entire cauldron turned into specks of 9-colored flames in an instant. They were collected by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand and sent into the Shinnong cauldron, keeping it in his body. At this time, with the disappearance of the 9-colored flame cauldron, there was only a large pot of 9-colored flesh medicine left in the sky of the valley in front of them, exuding an incomparably strong energy aura. As for its size, it was also as huge as a giant mountain peak. It was even larger than the last cauldron of 9-colored divine medicine refined by Yi Xian. It was definitely enough for a short period of time. For days? Counting the time it's time to waste. After waving his hand and putting away the 9-colored divine medicine refined this time, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the words in his mouth abruptly stopped in the middle of the sentence. After pondering for a while, he spent another incense stick's worth of time to refine a small cauldron of flesh and blood medicine. This time, he deliberately went easy, and the flesh and blood medicine he refined was not a 9-colored divine medicine, but only 3 colors. There was not a lot of 3-colored divine medicine in this cauldron, only about 10,000 feet in radius. For Yi Xian, refining 3-colored divine medicine was simply a waste of precious flesh materials and all kinds of precious materials. The reason why he refined this small cauldron of 3-colored divine medicine was naturally to deal with Du Daizhong and the other 5 old guys. For example, today Yi Xian had already obtained the secret alchemy techniques that these 5 old fellows possessed. Originally, he could have directly turned hostile and killed them one after another. However, he could already tell that these 5 old fellows seemed to be certain that they wanted to trick him into the depths of the Xiafei Star region. If he was not mistaken, they had most likely left some kind of trap in there. They wanted to trick Yi Xian into the depths of the Flying Dawn Star field and then trap him. At this moment, Yi Xian's interest was piqued. He wanted to see what kind of medicine these 5 old fellows were selling in their gourds. Who knows, they might even have some unexpected gains.